Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Asanteni, please don't sit kwanza kidogo. We have an exercise before we get into the serious matters kidogo.
Absolutely, we're going to listen up a little bit because it's the D-Day today at the Creative Africa. So I hope you're really excited. Let's have a little bit of smile on our faces because we're here, and also clap for yourself because you're here. It's a big thing, absolutely. So I called Branko on stage, and also DJ gave me something vibey, something fun. At Rebecca, everybody, I want to see you guys dancing, loosening up, you know? Because we're here today and we're celebrating a very beautiful moment at the Creatives Connect. So DJ, give me something over there. I hope you guys are ready. I'm looking at you. Just move a little bit, stretch, feel amazing. It's always a great time to be alive, so feel good. Yes, Branko, up on stage. Hey, come on, people. Hey, let's loosen up a little bit, guys. It's a great time.
Uko kwa traffic bila AC. Una scroll tu malele IG. Niko na bed sitter, uko kwa bed sitter. Squeezy sura yenyewe ID. Neza drive gari mkebe na steez. Maishi saidia njeve na trees. Na mkanga sana jisikia. Na navatai kana jisikia.
Look usafi, just honest. Good certain mood lover. Na keep time to keep turn. Na make sure na come fast. Good manners, good heavens, alafu good traders.
Na kugaranti utanimiss. Na kugaranti utanimiss. Ukishajua mbona wote wananita master ama daddy. Nilizaliwa na hii. Hizi streets jina yangu ID. Inagonga kutoka faa kama tai chi. Inagonga kutoka faa kama tai chi. Inagonga kutoka faa kama tai chi. Inagonga kutoka faa kama tai chi.
That's what's up. Come on, everybody. Come on, say
It's Friday. It's Friday.
It's a Friday.
Ukiangalia unaona tu msafara kasi yafu na hizo tu ni dollars na hesabu bila itilafu bila wasi bila kafu najituma navuna kama kuna watu ya kusukuma na sukuma hizi streets hazitakangi
madwanzi. Don't be shy.
Kuna jamii watu wanasaka ganji na mayouth wanaasha tu mabangi kulalia masikio tutakangi kama utarget watu wa moshadha brother hapa karada utadhania ni get rich quick kumbe
Come on.
na ama nisaidie hizi streets jina yangu ID inagonga kutoka faa kama tachi inagonga kutoka faa kama
Come on. Let's go, everybody.
Don't be shy. Come on. There's a lot of space on this stage.
Don't kill the vibe, guys. Let's celebrate at the Creatives Connect Africa.
I'm a da. She want the fun. Like if I want time, now she come from too long. She want to test in my One day do like say me I supposed to go holiday, but I want to stay. She thought I was lazy. She said, baby, don't blame me.
clap here for not dancing, guys. I'm gonna come for somebody downstairs right now.
She go carry me go for vacation. She want to get down, but she know no say me I be gladiator. Mama, the girl down galant, body down balance, ready to fire take.
Okay, millennials in the house. Kangaroo, I'll see you.
I know they want to do like say.
Let's go.
I'm supposed to go holiday, but I want to stay. She thought I was lazy.
Way.
When I hear the shit, screaming my
Helicopter.
name. Driving her crazy. She wanted on a daily.
Gen Z can't relate.
Tell me on the phone.
Helicopter.
If I come back again, if I come back again, I give her like that. I'm a Yankee gate.
Bamba Manze. Hopefully next session you'll be in it. Asanteni sana kwa kuja. We're about to officially kick off. And I'm going to start by shouting out all our partners and supporters who have made this Creatives Commercialization Masterclass, the very first edition, a success and possible. So shout out to Bolt. Thank you for those promo codes. Shout out to Equity, PayPal. Hove is in the house. Thank you to Pulse. Thank you, AfriNext. Thank you, The Promised Land, for this beautiful residence. Money Gossip. Shout out to Messiah Micro and Small Enterprises Authority. The Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry as well. Thank you so much. Camp, 1RPM, Mekbal Africa, Nations Connect Group, Africa Beat, and Digital Content Creators Association of Kenya. Thank you so much for making this happen. The loud and the silent partners, we could not have done this without you. We do have some exhibitors. We have Adorn and we have Mekbal Africa here as well. So make sure that you pass by those stalls. Shout out to Rebecca Online as well. Now, Iwaton, let me ask you. You were here all of yesterday.
Absolutely.
What
also talked more about understanding your audience as a creative. And he gave an example, as I said earlier, with Njirai and how she knew how to really target her audience. And I feel like as creative, it's really, really important to know where your audience is, because it's so easy for you to actually know what to give them. And also we did have Miss Emily. She really talked about monetizing your talent, sorry guys. And I think also one thing she really talked about that I had is believing in yourself. You can be a creative or be super talented, but she said if you don't really have the confidence or if you don't have the self-belief, it can be a little bit tricky. So those two really stood out for me.
Okay, so
yeah.
For my highlights, I would say the interim chairperson, Judy Sheila, yesterday. Have to put in the work. You have to be in the right spaces such as these. You have to have the right contacts and networks. So that really stood out for me. And I think also the PS, Madam Regina, said something about artist-led tourism. I think it would be really interesting for Kenya to be like a destination because they want to see or catch a performance by an artist like BN. I feel like that would be such a great level of, you know, the creative economy and entertainment as a whole. So I'd really be looking forward to seeing how that, you know, would come alive. I think also Noah Otende from the Department of Film Services at State, the Director of Film Services at State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy, talking about government's involvement. A lot of work is in progress, so I'm excited to actually seeing these things being actualized and for it to no longer be a conversation, but actually tangible work.
Also,
Yeah, that really stood out for me.
right. I feel like also Miss Judy Sheila also really place, basically being open-minded on how the creative industry really works. So she really went deeper on talking on the reason why she'll sign up for the master classes. And I feel like if you have signed up for the master class, I know you're seeing things differently from other creatives, and that gives you a really top-notch place in the industry.
Yeah, being already here, you're a step ahead of the next creator. Work by yourself, you can come and learn and kind of take shortcuts. And I want to open it up to the rest of the house as well. If anyone has a highlight that they would like to share, please feel free, raise a hand. Let it not just be about us. You have a highlight? I've seen your hand raised. Oh, okay. I know you'll be coming on stage later. Oh, something else, a highlight of yesterday was We Were. That was the very first time I caught your performance. You DJing with your feet. A round of applause for our DJ. That was incredible.
Yeah.
The inclusion. So I really, really enjoyed that set. It was nice. And the food, okay. The food as well. I enjoyed
10 over 10.
I enjoyed the food.
Yeah.
We also had some performances yesterday. Branko, who has led the dance session, he came through with a rap piece, and Pastor Morris as well. So those were great. I think it was a wholesome day. And if you check our social media platforms, CCA_East Africa, you can check out highlights. Na kama hujatufollow by now, pia wewe, sijui, I don't know what you want. Please, a follow is free, at least for every piece of chicken that you ate yesterday. Should definitely drop a follow, a like, a repost or something. I think also you're our salespeople. So you're the people who are going to help us spread this gospel. This is the first edition. There will be another. So please help us make noise about the wonderful work that we're doing here, courtesy of Judy Sheila and the team.
Absolutely. And I
Yes.
think you had some, like a quiz yesterday.
We pushed the needle a little bit. It's no longer about just 5 contacts. That's on the minimum. So as many contacts as possible. We'll be giving something at the end of today. Now, without any further ado, I would like to invite the interim chairperson of Creatives Connect Africa, Madam Judy Sheila Mogo, to officially open up this forum. A round of applause for that.
Thank you so much. By the way, it was an ambush to Uton co-hosting today because Boniface, our co-host yesterday, is not available today. Thank you, ladies. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. How are we feeling? Kwa nini naona watu wamelala? Ngahu, uko sawa? Are you ready for today? Naona watu wamelala. Ama tuchangamshane tena. Okay, tumedance ya kutosha. I appreciate everyone who's attended this event today, being the second day. Team Camp, many we recognize you. Team Camp, I need to recognize you. Team Camp, you so much. So this team, when you look at it, there's something that I want to mention about this whole initiative. When we look at their age, na poleni sana kuongea hivyo, these are not young people, right? So I believe the creative industry, it's not only for the young people. These are people who've put work for the last 10, 15, 20 years. I've had conversations with them, and this is their time to rise too. Because one thing, the past years, we didn't know how to make money in this industry. I wish their chair was here, their representative, Madam Angela and Mboki. They keep telling me about her because she's also doing an amazing job. And that's why they are here today, just to recognize that institution. And we're going to make sure that we hold your hand for the work that you've done the last years, to make sure that as the new generation is moving, also the older generation is moving. Sindio? Tuwapigie makofi tafadhali. Even coming here day 2, I feel this is it's quite an honor. So as we continue, I'm going to be requesting, you can sit down. Thank you so much, Team Camp. I'm going to request Esther to come on stage to represent AfriNext. I'm also going to welcome Promised Land, San Peter. You can come on stage so that we can start off the day. I'm also going to be recognizing the Digital Content Creator Association of Kenya. We have their representative, we have Jonita, and we have
stage venture capital firm. So that means we invest in early stage tech companies or tech enabled companies and creatives. So we also double in the creative economy, where we act as an ecosystem enabler as well. That's why we partner with companies like Promised Land, just to create avenues for creatives to meet, improve their efficiency, find synergy, and that's why we're very interested in this event. And we're hoping that today you come, you connect. For all the experts that will be speaking, make sure you get their contacts, express your needs. That's the whole point of today, to learn and to connect. Karibuni sana, guys.
It's still morning. Kuna watu wamepata breakfast, kuna watu hawajapata, but it's all good. My name is Son of Nations. I'm the team lead at Nations Connect group. Nations Connect group is a group of companies whereby Promised Land is one of our venture business as well. So we do a lot at the Promised Land. It's a creative nerve center where we invite all creatives. It doesn't matter, yani creativity yako iko wapi, hata ikiwa kwa masomo. This is the place for you. I know during the day we'll get time to even just get to have a tour and see what happens at the Promised Land. But above all, we also into events and ticketing company. So we do a lot in the creative and entertainment industry. And we are so excited to be part of the CCA East Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you, San and Esther. Let's appreciate them. Team Sea, because You guys, there are good things from the government. Yeah, najua wakati mwingine unasema government inatucheza, but no. There are good things in government. Mudhoni and Wairimo, because Esther is not in today, you can stand up. And I have my reason why I'm doing that, so that we connect, we understand where we're supposed to be positioning ourselves. So Musea, it's an actual movement. It's a movement that I've worked with before, even before I met them. So see these ladies, see the opportunities. When yesterday the representation from the office of Ikirini, when Noah was saying that you also need to know what's happening, you need to follow where it is. Follow them, understand what Nyota is about. They also have another initiative called KJET. Kuna vitu mzuri hapo, you need to sign up. I think the deadline is the 21st of August. Please see them, see what they have, how you need to sign it up. Sawa sawa. Also, asanteni sana. Also, to recognize Sheloise up there, please pass by their booth, understand what's happening there. Mekbal imeuzwa ya kutosha leo, but go buy the goodies there, understand what they're doing. There's also Money Gossip, Ngahu. If there are books, that guy has so much knowledge on how to become a smart person when it comes to your financial planning. He's an author, he has awesome books. Ngahu, please, for the people who don't know you, he's also a full house. Also follow his socials, Money Gossip. Also him as Amos Ngahu. It's someone that you need to know in the industry. There's also Mwali. He needs to come on stage today. Say hi to people. He's my vice chair. He's been one of our support system, but yesterday he was not available. Also to recognize the chef, Chef Omar and his team. Asanteni sana for the awesome breakfast and the food. Also to recognize the production team. We will have also someone sell the production team. Someone will come on stage. I think it's Flavian, but the host is going to cue you what time, because if it's not for them, atungekuwa tunaona the awesome photos and the videos on screen. So asanteni sana, as I welcome Chris to say something about their association. And I'm hoping when this movement goes to Uganda, we have to recognize her. Get to know what is there in Uganda. I have a team in Uganda that I also work with. So I'm so impressed that she's here today. I can also see some new faces. Let's get to know each other. Asanteni sana. So Chris, you can come on stage. And then we bring it back to the host so that we can start off the day.
Chris Olwal. I'm the Finance Director at Digital Content Creators Association of Kenya. It is indeed a pleasure to be here with you today as you celebrate your masterclass. We are very confident that after the end of this session, you are going to leave here a better person, and you are going to commercialize your creativity and make money out of it in a very responsible way. So we are very proud of what is happening here. The organizers who have done this, we are very grateful for this. You're doing a great job. I like the energy I'm seeing among our youths and the interest you are putting into the digital content creation. Allow me to talk a little bit about DCCAK. DCCAK, and maybe you can also check in our website, DCCAK stands for Digital Content Creators Association of Kenya. It was formed in the year 2022, but registered in the year 2024. The idea of having the association came some time back in 2021 when someone went, our chairman, Mr. Bob Ndolo, was petitioning the parliament to ban TikTok in Kenya. I don't know whether you remember that. They banned TikTok in Kenya. So it was done by Bob Ndolo and me. And then we appeared before the parliamentary public petition twice. And during that time, they kept asking us, you are here talking about TikTok, but do you have an association that can talk on behalf of the country? Then we realized there was a gap. Our creatives did not have an association. There were different entities, yes, perhaps maybe NGOs or others profit making, but there was no umbrella association. So we created DCCAK. It took a bit of time because it came at a time when there were riots by Gen Z, so people were very suspicious of this DCCAK, what is it about? After a lot of vetting, we were eventually registered in the year 2024. So as we speak today, we are in all the 47 counties in form of regions. So in Kenya, there is the former 8 provinces. I know some of us know about this. So we are represented in those provinces. So I'm talking about Coast, Nyanza, Western, Northeastern, Central, and all that. So we have chapters in those places. When I say chapters, they may not be physical offices, but we have representatives in those areas. What is our intention as the association? Is we are the national-led creative association that is recognized by the state. We are very keen in doing capacity building for our creatives. We are also into networking, collaboration, advocacy, and policy issues. And we participated strongly in the Creative Economy Bill. I'm sure you've heard about this. As a creative, I think that should be your Bible. The Creative Economy Bill, which was passed by the Parliament, DCCAK participated strongly at the public participation level, and we were able to give our input accordingly. We have 11 board members. Among one of them is here. Joanne, you can raise up your hand. You can also see we are gender sensitive in our board. Our chairman, who should have been here today, is in China, attending a similar related international conference on content creation. What has DCCAK done so far, and whom have we worked with? We have worked with the Communication Authority of Kenya to formulate and regulate compliance that comes with digital content creation. We've also worked with Kenya Film Commission when it comes to capacity building initiative programs, like what we are doing here and what we have done elsewhere as well. We are also into the welfare issues of creatives. Right now, we are talking with Lab Fund and coming up with a savings program, a retirement savings program that is targeting creatives, because we do understand a creative and a person who works from 8 to 5, our streams of income and nature of income are different. So how do we come up with something that suits creatives in that matter? We have also worked very closely with the Office of Data Protection because we are an organization that processes data. We are certified by Office of Data Protection to do so. We have been supported by the US Embassy to host, to roll out different chapters. The 8 chapters I talked about. The support came through the US Embassy. And again, we have been, through the US Embassy again, we had a program that is meant to educate youths, youths who are being radicalized in the digital space into illegal activities. So we are working with them on that as well and developing a framework. Recently, you must have heard that DCCAK was at Kalasha International Awards, and one of us won, I think, was it 150,000? John, you can tell them. And this is serious business. We were at Kalasha Awards. How many saw DCCAK at Kalasha Awards? There was a content creator of the year. Yeah? Who won that trophy? Kadusko. It was Kadusko. So we want the next winner to come from this forum. I'm giving you that as a challenge. I've also mentioned that we've worked with the Chinese embassy. As I said, our national chairman, Mr. Bob Ndolo, is in China. The Chinese embassy is coming with so many programs for targeting content creators. And we are at a different level of discussions on how we can showcase the investment China has done in this country back at their home in China. The last important thing is we've worked with Hiva Fund. Hiva Fund is a sub-recipient of MasterCard. We've worked with them in rolling out master classes, creative master classes. So similar to this, but for the Hiva Fund one, we are collaborating with USIU. So the USIU master class is slightly different. It goes for 8 weeks. It's partly virtual and partly physical. So we did the first cohort and we rolled out, we graduated 120 students. That collaboration is going on with Hiva Fund. The same Hiva Fund supported us to do master classes in Kisumu, in Kakamega, and there are planned master classes again in Mombasa, in Nakuru, and back in Nairobi, and one in Turkana. So far, with all those master classes and plus this other one, we anticipate that we will have trained a total of 600 content creators. Hiva Fund has a target to train 7,200 content creators in Kenya, and we are working closely with them to ensure that is rolled out from time to time. Why am I saying all this? It's for us to see the opportunities of joining DCCAK. If you join DCCAK, then you'll be able to get opportunities to attend trainings and capacity building workshops like we are doing here, and you become a better content creator. We will be able to influence policy and advocacy. We want to make DCCAK a hub of content creators who have been trained. Because right now we have 2,500 content creators. Those who have been trained are approximately 1,000. Trained by us directly and also by our partners, like what is happening here, approximately 1,000. So we want to be a hub where we are talking about content creators who are polished, who are professionals, who knows what they are doing. We are also looking into issues of engaging the government, and we are doing so when it comes to monetization and to be able that you're able to earn your money when you do your business. As I finish, last item, I would like to make some highlights about the Creative Economy Bill 2026. This bill should be like your Bible as a content creator. Please find time and read about it. It creates the legal framework of how we do business as creatives. It has a 5-year strategy plan, which will be rolled out. And when we say rolling out, it should be rolled out by us, you know? So where are we? That's the question we ask. Where are the content creators in this 5-year strategy plan that is being rolled out, that is mentioned in the creative bill? Why is this very important, the creative bill? It reinforces the need of having adequate resources for the creative economy. The Kenyan budget currently today is at 4.8 trillion Kenya shilling. The budget that the government allocated for creative economy is just about 800 million. It may sound more, but it's very little. If you translate that in ratio, it is 0.01%. And I wish the PS was here when I was saying this. So the government is not putting enough resources to grow or to capacity build and to develop the creative economy. At times when I hear the senior government official talk about youths go online and make money, but you are not training the youths on how to make money, then it doesn't make sense. So we are calling on the state, please put in more resources, move from the 0.01% to at least 2%, like it is in other countries. And I would like that message to reach to to the different government sectors, and that is our takeaway home. Otherwise, I'm very grateful for this opportunity to be here. Apologies if I took more than 1 minute, but I thought it was important to just say what DCCAK is. If you're interested in joining us, please go to our website. There's a link in there. Fill in your details, and we can keep engaging. Asante sana. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that. better money decisions. With a passion for financial freedom and over 17 years of experience coaching on money matters, Amos has worked with individuals, families, corporates, social groups, and more, making complex financial decisions practical and relatable. As the founder of Money Gossip, a platform designed to help young professionals and entrepreneurs make the most of their money, he brings valuable insight into the financial side of building a sustainable creative career. It is a platform where all the creatives basically commercialize and masterclass, and basically it's a place where young creatives can be able to grow more in their career. Let's give a round of applause to the one and only Amos Ngahu. Oh, yes.
Good afternoon. You know, we can't talk about maths well. We have this energy. Please be on your feet, tafadhali. Move your seat just like a little bit behind you. And I'm going to request you to say what I say and do what I do. Is that in order? Can you hear me? I'm too loud. You repeat what I say and do what I do. Hi. Not with that energy. Hi. Hi. My name is Wawa. One day my boss said to me, Wawa, are you busy? I said, no. He said, press the button with your left leg high. A piece of paper, because it's a small exercise I'd like to do. A piece of paper and a pen. Open up nice page, a clean one. If you may. This one you can't use a phone. Just take a piece of paper. Good old piece of paper. Open a clean page. If you don't have a pen or a paper, raise your hand. We'll provide that for you. Someone can donate my pen here. You can donate a paper. Can I give you my pen? Make sure you have a piece of paper. They can give. That's the first gift I'm giving. Pigeni huyu jamaa makofi. All right, do you have a clean page? And this is a cut. I'm going to mark this. So what you're going to do, I want you to draw a duck. Do not look at your neighbor's work. Just draw a duck. Why are you guys laughing? Just draw a duck. Don't look at your neighbor's work, because some of us are not very gifted in drawing. Huh? Have you drawn a duck? Very nice, very nice. A minute should be enough for you to draw a duck. All right. I want you to give that duck a name. Write the name of that duck on top of it. All right? And then just below it, write how the duck is feeling with one word. And in relation to your finances, is it feeling anxious? Is it feeling excited? Is it worried? And then finally, if there was a movie defining the financial life of that duck, think of a movie title and put it there. Someone said, what did I hear? Gone in 60 seconds. That's your money. Now you see me, now you don't. Just put a title there. Wonderful. Now close that page. We'll come back to that page one more time. So good afternoon once again. My name is Amos Ngahu, and I'm so excited. And for the next 20 minutes, I just want you to think about that duck. That duck is you. And today I want these conversations to be as unique as the duck you've drawn. Can you take a minute, just go back to the duck and show your neighbor. I hope they won't laugh. Show your neighbor how your duck looks like. Watu wamechora majabu. Eh? All right. On that note, raise your right hand. Raise your right hand, tafadhali. Tafadhali, raise your right hand. This time you repeat your name. I, Amos, choose to forgive Amos for anything he might say that might confront my bad money behavior. So help me God. So that's all. You have signed the contract, so whatever I say, but on a serious note, because most of us are in different seasons, right? There are some people here who are in a very good season financially, and you're just in your soft life, right? You're just in your, you can eat what you want, you can travel, you're in that good season, isn't it? But then there's someone here who's also on the direct opposite end. They're really struggling financially. Madeni ndizo hizo hadi wanamuita Dennis. Like, they are part of us, isn't it? So we must appreciate that we are in all these seasons. So whatever you can pick today, just pick it up and run with it. So today I just want to just share about 4 things that money will respond to. How many things? 4. And those 4 things, one of them is systems, the second one is service, the other one is value, and the other one is solutions. And I'd like you to work with me. Forget about my slides. Even if there's a blackout, just work with me. All right? How many of us understand what auditing is? Auditing. Yes, sir. What's an audit? All right. Going through what you have, isn't it? Another hand. You say you know what auditing is. Yes. Income and consumption, that's part of audit, isn't it? So today, as we look at the 4 things I've mentioned, I want us to do an audit, a financial audit, right? So an audit is basically giving an opinion of the going concern of any institution. A going concern is asking yourself whether it will survive or it has no sustainability. Tumeelewana hadi hapo? So today I want you to check if your finances are a going concern or a gone concern. Tuko pamoja? And can I prove to you that you're good auditors? Can I prove to you? We have seen trending issues about our Auditor General. Sindio? Have we seen that? Which was one thing that the Auditor General revealed that annoyed you? For me, I saw curtains going for 9 million. Which other one did you hear? In a certain county, don't mention. What did you hear? The cost of construction. So even you without a finance background, you can tell it's expensive, right? Anybody else? Yes. A wheelbarrow at 100,000, and that person had the audacity of explaining it was non-carcinogenic. Pigeni ujama makofi. Anybody else? So you can tell that is overpriced, isn't it? Can you confirm with me that you're good auditors? Yes or no? But when it comes to your money is where you draw the line. Ni ukweli? Ni ukweli? Sasa mmekasirika. Please check on your neighbor kama mmekasirika. Tell them they forgive me in advance. Okay? So the first thing I want us to talk about is a system. A system is something that runs automatic. Do you know that your financial life is a system in itself? Are you aware? Hey, members, mmekasirika. Please nudge your neighbor, ask them if they're okay. Angalia kama mmekasirika na hiyo maneno, because tell them it's about to get worse. It's about to get. So if we can be able to check on the systems that we are talking about. And the systems are very interesting. They help you to manage and grow. So in your own system, as a person, you have a system, isn't it? But have you ever wondered why you had your goals? We're in August, right? How many of you remember the goals you had financially in January? Hello? Guys, you're not going to switch off of me, but we had our goals, isn't it? How far are we? Okay? Don't look at me badly. But can I guarantee you that your challenge is not your inability to count? You can actually count, isn't it? And there's a whole book. I know I'm an author, I've done a book, but there's a whole book, a whole chapter dedicated in this book called The Psychology of Money, talking about that you're not an idiot. You're just distracted, and there's something distracting you. So today, as we start this conversation, I want you to audit your existing system. And I want us to look at it this way. There is a way of life that you've engaged in, and probably it no longer works. Probably you can do better, or probably it is working against you. It is sabotaging your financial goals. Are we together? Can we start with one? How is your debt life? Hello? How is your debt life? When do you naita Dennis? Did you know that in Kenya, about 80% of digital loans are consumer loans? Hello? Fuliza. Tell your neighbor, your Fuliza limit is not your money. Hello? And if you see a shoe being thrown at me, please warn me, yeah? All right? Guys, did you know that during COVID, do you remember the curfews? You remember? 4 o'clock would find you in town and you're nervous because you're wondering how you'll get home on time, isn't it? Do you know M-Pesa reported that okay, where was the money going to? Work with me. Where was the money going to? And it was on a Friday? Hello? Ilikuwa inaenda wapi? Yes. And that is the challenge of, even especially, especially as young people. Does that apply here? You know, I'm in my early 40s, whereby in a group of old people, you're the youngest. In a group of young people, you're the oldest. So for us young people, we've gotten used to borrowing for apparent no reason. Just because you need to fit in. And this is why Warren Buffett says chains of habits cannot not easily be felt until they are too difficult to be broken. Kuna katabia uko nako. You cannot feel it's a bad behavior, but when trouble comes is then the day you realize it will hit you. How is your debt life? Still, as you audit your system, how is your spending culture? Is your working style different when you're broke than when you have money? Hello? Ukiingia supermarket, have you seen the way our guests here are well dressed? Okay, allow me to use our good friend Angela, who we used to watch her music back then. You need to bring back your music. You see the way she's dressed nicely? So allow me to use her as a bad example. If she walks to the supermarket, she's saying hi to the guys. Hi guys, you know, good morning. Security check. Would you like a big trolley or a small one? And aletewa zote mbili, because she has money. Are we together? And because by then my background is marketing, so there's something called consumer behavior. So if she walks into a supermarket and probably she wants to get milk and some breakfast, it's not placed here on the front aisle. It's placed at there. So along the way, she'll see something, it's good for the skin, she will take it. But yet he went for what? For milk. But wait until when money or the budget is tight. Things change, isn't it? You even carry cash. You don't want to. You know what? You go directly for what you're looking for and come back and pay. Behavior change. But now the deeper thing we need to ask ourselves, are the things we are doing sustainable? Fuel went up, isn't it? Hello? Fuel went up. But we are still driving around. Your income has not gone up, but you're still driving the same route. Nothing has changed much. The day I realized that we could actually adjust a couple of things on the time, there was a year that there was a fuel shortage. Do you remember? Yes, it's on a Monday, you have a half tank, you're wondering, now, will there be fuel this week? So I started limiting my movements. So even now, when there's fuel shortage, it's so pricey. Now I've reduced the days I work from the office. There are days that you choose intentionally, I'll work from home. And if I'm going to see a client, they must provide my means there. What are your spending habits? Have you actually checked how much you really spend? Ama your security is your salary. You have to audit that, ladies and gentlemen. You have to ask yourself, is it sustainable? All right? The other thing is also your cultures, money cultures. We're at a season whereby everybody wants to fit in. You've seen that content creator. Anaambiaga nini? You brokies. Yeah? What else does he say? Stay guided, isn't it? Yeah. And you see, my page, Money Gossip, I'm on TikTok. And one of the things I do, I've become a very good consumer of TikTok at my age. Nipigeni makofi. And I like studying, especially these young men. You want everybody now, when they have an iPhone 17, when you're taking a selfie, it has to be in a mirror so that people know that it's a... And I can tell you one of the reasons over time I was being taught how to use an iPhone, because mine is very basic. Emails, so even content creation, I realize cameras now have even changed the location. Are we together? But the main idea of having an iPhone 17 is to show that you have an iPhone 17. That's the culture. That's the culture. We're in a culture of social media where you have to fit in and look like you're not broke. Are we together? Even when I drive in here, you would want to know which car is almost driving. Sindio? Sindio? Thank God for me, nimefika hiyo age, I'm past that. Okay? You have to ask yourself. And something else that you need to also audit is your readiness. You can be ready for success, but I'm actually worried about our readiness for the deep. You know what I mean? How many of us here at some point hit rock bottom? I have. You've hit rock bottom, eh? So 2019 I hit rock bottom. 2020 COVID came and I realized rock bottom has a basement. Hello? And let me tell you something. That is a very, very close, because you're this close to ending your life. Have we seen people die through suicide? Have we seen it? Have we seen people who've actually gone online? Have we seen people who've given up because we knew they belong up there, but now they can't handle the social pressure and they give up? So you have to audit the same and ask yourself, are you ready? And I'll tell you, I had to scale down. Can I tell you that story, Amanisiwapati? Do I give you that story? I'm also limited on time. Let me tell you something. I had to scale down. I have two boys. Right now they're 14 and 12. That time, the 14-year-old was around 7, 8 there. And let me tell you something, the biggest challenge I had was to tell him, we are moving from a big house to a 2-bedroom tiny house. And I was trying to explain, Papa, this is only for a short duration of time. Do you know what he told me? It is okay, Daddy. That means we'll be closer to each other. You understand? That time, you're now driving a small car, and people who don't even have a driving license, wanakuambia umesota unaendesha kadudu. You get my point? So sometimes also, when you examine your spending life, remember, people who care don't matter. And people who matter don't care. You have to get to that point. People don't know the lifestyle. You might see someone with an outfit, probably it's a sponsored. They're just promoting their designer, isn't it? Or some of us, when we're invited for events, we put our wardrobe budget on the same quotation. Are we together? So you have to examine that. And that is why your system matters, because it will prevent you from financial leaks. There's nothing as bad as a financial leak. You work so hard, but it really doesn't matter. And actually, I should have started by telling you that there are 3 stages in life. 3 stages. Stage number 1 is the dog life. Is there? Sorry, the man life. You're now a dependent. Between the age of 20, between the age of 0 and around 25, until you start getting your first job, you're a dependent, isn't it? Even if you're not depending on parents, you're not supporting anybody, isn't it? You're on your first job, it's about you, isn't it? Until now, you moved now to the donkey stage, whereby now you're supporting your parents, you're supporting yourself, and you're supporting your kids. Are we together? And then there's the dog years after that. So the donkey years the man years are easy, but the donkey years are they are shorter, but they are heavier because you're carrying everybody's baggage. And then finally the dog's years, where now you are living in regret and all you can do is bark at your children. And I think that's where most of our parents are. So you must be able to ask yourself, what system am I operating on? Okay? Can we go to a second one service? Let me tell you something. Some of us may not have to ever sell a single commodity in our lives, if we look within ourselves. Are we together? Case in point, we talk of diversification, but diversify in the known. Are we together? So for the last about 19 years, I've been talking to people about money, but I actually started monetizing properly in the last 4 years. Because I realized I have been using the same platform. Okay? I'm pitching for training until I joined social media. I think some people discovered it and they started sharing. One of them is I'll give a prop to Ivy, just Ivy Africa. Pigeni makofi mahali yako. I think I didn't know who she was. She started sharing my platforms. And over time, I realized what I was doing needed to be out there. And that's how, again, I also came to meet Judy at Pulse. And we've partnered in so many programs. Okay? So social media right now is a place that you can offer actually service. So within now financial literacy, I normally get corporates to invite me to train people internally. It's some form of affirmation. People have seen you out there. They know you've built a name. Are we together? So even if you come to me and you want us to do a project, if you're a betting company, I'll say no matter how much you're offering. If you're a digital lending company, a predatory one, I will not work with you. I only niche on financial institution. And you have to work to building that brand. You as a creator, even you, all of you here as individuals, what brand are you offering? What service are you offering? So for me, I came to diversify within the same market. So I get corporate gigs, I get to host people internally, I do internal trainings, and now I'm also affiliated to Strathmore Business School, where we do financial literacy at the university. So you must be able to ask yourself, how can you package your service, okay, and monetize it properly? And again, by offering sustainable service. We were in that event when TikTok wanted to, the parliament was considering closing TikTok in Kenya. Apparently, before that, TikTok was training 13 Kenyans and 13 Nigerians, internal project, and it was training content creators who were doing education. I happen to be one of them. So in that training, when we were graduating, I was able to, there was something they were doing and I volunteered to coordinate. And then they asked me, you look like a good corporate MC. I was like, of course. So every time they did an event in Kenya, they always hired me. So even that time we were hosting the former CS Ababu Namwamba, I was the MC and they paid top dollar. Nipigieni makofi. The question is, how do you stand out? How will we know that you are standing out from what you're doing? How will we know you're unique? Are we together? So the service you offer must be diversified within what you can do. So what I did in my rate card, I also added corporate executive MC. Usiniite harusi tafadhali. Are we together? So that's the service you need to look at. Second last one is value. Value. Some of us have investment portfolios. Hello? Look at me. Wave at me. All of us, most of us have. And one of the things I do is there's an exercise I call calculating your net worth. This is basic assets minus your liabilities. Are we together? For young people, you may not have a lot of assets. So I normally tell them to look busy, look like they're calculating. But I'll tell you what, you need to go further and ask ourselves, why do you have that bond? Why do you have that infrastructure bond? Why do you have that money market? Did you invest? For what purpose is it serving? Did you invest because of FOMO, fear of missing out? Did you invest because of the hype? Millennials mko kwa nyumba? Millennials we've suffered. We? Millennials mnakumbuka IPO? Season ya IPO? Oversubscriptions na mnarudishiwa pesa? Do you remember Quails? Where our parents used to harass us. We want you invest in Quails. You remember pyramid schemes? We've suffered. You remember Proti Maguta? So many years later, you have many plots, but no cash flow. And we are becoming like our parents. Are we together? So the question is here, as the value, what value are you getting? We must look at every investment with a purpose. I keep using this analogy. All of us, we are traveling, we are taking this event tomorrow to Eldoret, right? Work with me here. We are going to Eldoret, isn't it? How many ways do we get to Eldoret? Huh? We can fly, right? We can take a van here, load, or a bus, we all go, isn't it? We can go to, is there a train to Eldoret? Or we can go to town and take a shuttle, isn't it? Those from Eldoret, we can actually choose to run. It's just here, isn't it? But you will notice that which is more important, the destination or the vehicle? Is the destination, right? So once we have the destination in mind, any other vehicle will be based on affordability, timing, safety. Are we together? Based on our pockets. And that's why you need to have your goals first before you look at the investments. Are we together? And that is why I don't like taking financial advice from salespeople. Hello? Are we together? So one of the things that the key actions I want us to look at is focusing on high rate of investments, all right? And focusing on them, even the debts you're taking. I'm so glad that I have partners that I work with, and this is basically they've brought to my life personally. And I like us to just appreciate Sheloise Makofi Kidogo, Sheloise Sako, they are here. And one of the things I've realized is I realized that being at my age, I have very few years towards retirement. And I also have young men to pay school fees for. I have no business trying to get into an investment that I don't understand, that is too complicated, that I'll have to go back, ask for school fees. I need a vehicle that will take me there, isn't it? So one of the things I'll tell you is that I decided to have an annual return. An annual that pays my school fees for the kids for the entire year. I also need the same vehicle to be able to give me a plan, even if I want to build a house somewhere, I don't want the first house to be a house to live in. I build a house, sell it while I'm in it, move to another one, sell it without being in a rush, isn't it? And one of the things that Shelois, I think they're amongst the first ones, is they have a product called Macau, which gives you 8 times your savings with a payment duration of a maximum, is it 15 years? Are we together? And even for creatives, she was giving me an example of a product whereby you need equipment. They can give you, for instance, about 1.2 million, you repaying at 29.9, almost 30,000 per month. If you do your math and you can be able, you have business pending and you can be able to do production and get paid for more than that, why not go for it? And only 14% on reducing balance. Are we together? So why would I go that direction? It's not because I'm going to listen to the advice they have. I am going to them with my plan. I plan to have school fees. I plan to get into real estate, isn't it? So if they don't have a solution based on that, then I have no business working with them. And one of the things I tell people is not all investments that are good for you. Hello? Mukona mimi ama me switch off? Finally, solutions. Money will respond to solutions. I want you to have permanent solutions. And I need you to make, go back to the duck, because the duck at this point is the most important thing. Open the page where the duck is. Did I make the right pronunciation? The duck. My son says duck. So check on your duck. It says it's, is it anxious? Why is it anxious? Is it that you're looking, especially those of you who are employed, there's too much month at the end of the money. And you're wondering where the money has gone. Is it time that you started dealing with your debts? And let me tell you something. There's one quality or one skill that is so underrated when it comes to dealing with debt. Negotiations. Are we together? You know, they normally say adding weight while you owe me money is a sign of disrespect. Ni ukweli? Adding weight while you owe me money is a sign of? So why don't you start approaching? If I had told Kiongozi here, my brother, I was going to pay him 10,000 today by saa sita. Na nimeona ni saa nne and there is no hope. If I call him, I am managing his expectations, isn't it? And I tell him there is a delay, that money may come tomorrow or Monday. He will know that I'm considering him. But when he sees me here, he thinks I've been paid a lot of money and he'll start looking at me in a weird. Lakini bado acha kuniangalia hivyo, sina deni yako bwana. You understand? So you must be able also to have a proper solution for your debt. Are we together? Another solution. We are Africans, and I've done this in most and I don't know why, most of my trainings are in sub-Saharan Africa. There's something called black tax. We know what black tax is? Yeah? A lot of us, we do not have a solution. But what about if you started having financial boundaries to the people you're supporting? Okay? So that now you start to know that I have a limitation. I'm supporting you until you get to high school, until you finish college, then that's it. But most of us, because we are fearing confronting the culture, we are just there suffering. By the way, you know, even those people you support, if you are gone today, none of them will be buried with you. In fact, while the soil is being thrown in, people will be discussing politics at the corner waiting for the sun to fill. Are you aware? That is what is going to happen. And that includes your parents. They will be wataumwa. I think wazazi ndio wataumwa sana. Sindio? But my point is, please look at these solutions. All right? Avoid quick patches. But there is not everything that you can throw money at that will solve it. Are we together? If it's your children, okay? Those of us who have no privilege, you know, there are those people who know people, or they have people in high places. And then there is most of us who, we are those people they know. Tuko pamoja? So we are supporting huku nyuma and we are supporting our kids. Some of us, or some of you, the greatest flex you'll have is not depending on your kids. So it is not even what per se you leave for them. It is good to leave something for them, but what you leave in them. And the other solution would be, like I said, investment with a purpose. Okay? You must develop that resilience to be able to know that this is the long-lasting solution that I have. I want to finish by saying this. That money does not stay where it is needed. Have you ever noticed? It stays where it is respected. And this is why no matter what success you have incurred, or no matter what loss you have incurred, I would be more than happy for you. Let me be very intentional about my resources. So I want us to move our mind shift from counting our money to making it count. Thank you so much. I'm done, yes. And because I am also carrying goodies, courtesy of Sheloise, there are questions I want to ask. First of all, nimesikia DJ pale. Amekuwa fan wangu mbaya sana. She's the one responding. Let's appreciate her energy. So my first gift hamper goes to you, courtesy of Sheloise. Join me here. Lazima tupigwe kapicha. And then I have a question. And I will please observe, referee's confusion is final, sindio? So if I see your hand raised up, nikikupoint, we jibu, sindio? Tuko pamoja? I want to ask a question. According to my presentation, what are the 4 pillars I've talked about? The money that responds to. 4 pillars, quickly. Hey. Yes. Wewe ndio umeinua mkono kwanza. System, service, value, solution. Please join the award winners. Ngoja tutapewa tu sasa, kuja tu hapa. And then I mentioned something about Sheloise. What did I call that home ownership product? Hey, makao. Hey, okay. Ama unajua mtu anaitwa makao. All right, Pandei, you're so quiet. Let me ask, let me finish this statement. Money does not stay where it is needed. It stays? No, she shot her hand for MC. What did you say? All right, come. And finally, how many are we? We have 4. One more. All right. What's the name of my organization? Yes, sir. You. The name of my organization. Yes, madam. Yeah, karibu. So please join me on stage. Ama nishuke chini. Which is easier? They join me. All right. Please join us here as we appreciate Sheloise. And for a copy of my book. Hey, boy child mnaniangusha. Hey. Sasa boy child tutachagua nani hapa? Kuna jamaa hapa anakaa like my twin. Pia, see, he looks like my twin. Yes, my brother, please join me. Imagine tunafanana. For no reason, you are just nodding your head. Please come and get your hamper. It's a free hamper. We are not paying for anything. Let's appreciate him. Tulikubali matokeo, nywele ilipotea. Karibu sana. So I think on behalf of Sheloise, I think you can hand them each a hamper. There are how many? Yeah, so you can give them each. Patia kiongozi ya blue. My son says he doesn't do, I think you can stand here. Yeah, right. Asante sana, and give the other guest. Good. There's another one. I'll give you just for the photo. And let's appreciate them for a photo. Asante sana. And one thing I'd like to appreciate, Sheloise, is that when we are doing financial literacy and when I have events, they're always, again, supportive, and they're able to fund this mission. So even if you're corporates and you have people trained, we have that for you. So thank you so much. I think you can have your seat. And finally, I would like to give a copy of my book. And this is for you, audience, to choose who. Audience, tafadhalini, give me someone I give this book. I give it to a guy. Yeah? Okay. Do you agree I give a dude? I give a gentleman, sindio? Hey. All right. Let me ask a question. Based on my training, I know I've said many things. Please complete this statement. Chains of habits. Hiyo ni ngumu sana. It's by Warren Buffett. Chains of habits cannot easily be felt until they are too. Thank you so much. Until they are too heavy to be kujia kitabu we mzee. Na ikiwa mziki afanye ile move alikuwa anafanya hapa za exit. Na luku imekubali. Hey. Let's appreciate him. All right. Then for the rest of you, if you need a copy of my book, you buy. It's only 1,000 bob. It's situated there. Or you'd like to get our contacts for internal trainings, just let us know. All right? Sante sana. So, I'm not so sure. Judy, you might guide me here. Am I inviting Angela? It's Angela. All right. Angela Ndambuki. Let's appreciate Angela. Be careful with the stairs.
Thank you so much. We've learned so much about money and how to make sure that it's not lost. But in the first place, I think we need to actually have that money, and we need to make sure that we are protecting our intellectual property. So when we get the money is when we can be able to protect it and manage it. So thank you so much for that presentation. I'll try and be quite fast because I think I'm the one who's standing between us and lunch. And I know IP has been the key area of discussion from yesterday to today. Oh, Musa, you're here. I can see a lot of camp members here who are record labels, camp. Wonderful, record labels, musicians. So my presentation will be focusing a bit more on that part of creative, but it applies to almost every part of the creative economy, which is fashion, audiovisual, film, but music will be the main area of focus. So yes, I'll start by telling you about where I work, which is the International Federation of the Phonographic Industry. And IFPI is the global organization, trade body. And just to be able to know the difference between the CMOs, the trade bodies, associations, and different organizations that are there in the industry. We are the voice of the recording industry. If we could be able to go to the slide where we are discussing about IFPI, it's the voice of the recording industry worldwide, and we represent over 8,000 record company members across the globe. Anyone changing the slides, please? We work to promote the value of recorded music and campaign for the rights of the record producers and expand the commercial users of recording music.
Abu Dhabi, MENA Regional Office, and of course, the Sub-Saharan Africa Office is in Nairobi. Or can this work? Should I use this? It works. Oh, excellent. Okay. Oh, perfect. Okay, so our office here in Nairobi basically was established in July 2020. IFPI was actually established in 1933, but our first African office was in Nairobi in 2020, and we were there to set it up. And our key priority areas are policy and advocacy, supporting and enhancing the CMOs in governance, licensing, and operations, and also content protection and enforcement, and insights and analysis. Just to go quickly through our priority areas, because these are very important in terms of the industry and part of what we need to do even as industry stakeholders. When we look at policy and advocacy, we need to make sure that the right policies or the right laws are in place. So our music, we're able to make our investments. Is the most transparent and accountable collecting society because of that support that we give. For content protection, we all know that there is also there was piracy before, but now that consumption has moved online, we have a lot of digital piracy issues. So we work with calculator. 100. $7 billion from the collecting societies. I think we didn't even reach 200 last year. So you can see that gap, and those are the policies we have to put in place. And there is money. That's why we always say there's money, but where is this money that we're always saying it's somewhere? Yeah, where is the money? So that's why we were able to talk to governments to see how can we get this money. So a very important part of that is IP, and the main type of IP that we'll be discussing today is copyright and related rights. But at first, it's important to just know what intellectual property is. So does anyone know what IP is? Have you heard of IP before? Yes? Intellectual property. Yes. What is it? An asset. Good. Our nuatu pesa. Yeah, it's an asset. Yes. What else can you define it as? Intangible. So it's intangible. These things, and it's what it's it's protected in law. It has to be put in the act so that enables people to earn the recognition of financial benefit from which they invent or create. We need to, of course, by striking the right balance between the interests of the innovators and the wider public interest. The IP system aims to foster an environment in which creativity and innovation can flourish. So between that balance, between the user, between the rights holder and the user, that's why sometimes you find that we have some exceptions. It's not that you just have your right. You also have some exceptions, but they're within some limits, which we will talk about when we talk about copyright in itself. The types of intellectual property, there are two main types. There's industrial property, yeah, and there's copyright. Industrial property you find where it's the hardcore, while copyright is where now most of the creative industry falls. So industrial property has some, a few examples, the main examples that I've given here, like patents. I'm sure you've heard of patents, where it's an exclusive grant, it's granted for inventions. And one of the main things, it has to be like, an invention that has to be novel, like it's never been there before. So that's how you get a patent. Sometimes you're like, can you patent your music? No. About it as opposed to the other industrial property rights is that in industrial property, you have to register to get your protection. But in copyright, microphone, tafadhali. Alitoa verse, alafu vocal iko. So you release music, but the verse is somebody else's. Does this work? Is he? Kuja. Have you gotten what he's asked? You know the thing? Oh, okay, yeah, please.
All right, so there's, okay, ngoja, bag ni ya nini? Bas, ndio hiyo sasa. It's a Kenya's national anthem. So
Okay.
there's a song by a rising artist. His name is Kapitani. The song is called Kitemeo. And the first line on that song is actually bag ni ya nini alele mtoto. So Angela, I've given you a cheat code.
Okay.
Don't go answering your own things. So there's an issue with another rapper whose name is Master VK. So the information that I have is when they were recording the song, they had agreed that Kitemeo would be Master VK's song featuring Kapitani. But there was a feud of sorts where Master VK alituma watu wakavuruga Kapitani. So Kapitani released the song with the video and removed Master VK's verse. But there's Master VK's BGV's vocals on that song that Kapitani had released.
Without his permission?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
So Master
Okay.
VK went and reported the song. It was pulled down from YouTube.
Yeah.
And then Master VK also uploaded his version of the song that Kapitani also pulled down from YouTube because of copyright. I think that's, yes.
Yes.
That's the story.
Oh, wow. That is I missed that story, but that's a very interesting story. And it's actually what it is about. When you have copyright, you have to be very clear. Please, when you're going to record in the studio, by the time you come out, please have your split sheets. Who has written what? Who is the publisher? You know, there are different classes of rights. Who is the one who has written this? Who is, how much are you sharing? If you've written together, who is getting a share of each of that composition? Who is getting a share of each of what the performer share of how you've sung? Because sometimes somebody can sing more than you. The normal share would be 50% to copyright, 50% to related rights. Copyright is the composer, author, and the publisher. Yeah, this other side is the performer and the producer. So you have to be able to just agree on what shares that you have before you leave the studio. Because sometimes when you're leaving the studio, you know, you're so happy, you're so excited. You know, it's like musicians. You heard I used to sing 20 years ago. But we were so excited, you've left the studio. But when you leave, you don't know that it's going to become a hit. You know, it becomes a hit. That's where, that's where the shida is. Before everyone is happy until when the money comes in is when now you start kuna mavurugano. So in that particular case, whoever has written or has taken part in the writing, and you've actually written it down. Remember, fixation. You can't be just there. Mnaongea tu. If there's no fixation of it, then there's nothing. Ati nimetoa idea ni yangu. It's not the idea. It is the expression of the idea. And it is the fixation of that idea that gives you that copyright. So make sure that you have that proof. And it's usually in the writing of your split sheets after you have already recorded. Yeah. Iyo ni clear sasa? Okay. That's a very good one and a very good example of why copyright is really important. So we said it's an automatic, right? We said it's statutory, of course. It exists because the Act recognizes it. And of course, in Kenya, the Act is the Copyright Act, Chapter 130 in the laws of Kenya. What is important about IP rights and now copyright especially is that they're territorial. So each country has its own copyright laws. Yeah, each country has its own laws, and they might differ from country to country, but there is one general rule, of course. And copyright shall be conferred on every work other than a broadcasting which eligible for copyright, of which, of course, is being a literary and musical, dramatic, or artistic work, or any audiovisual work, and is first published in Kenya. So if you want the protection here, it has to be published first in Kenya. You know, nowadays it's digital, so most you publish like multiple countries at the same time. Like for example, if it's music. For being a sound recording, it's made or first published in Kenya. So ukenda Tanzania unaiweka huko, and then, yeah, the conferring is usually in that particular country. And of course, broadcast also, they have their own rights there. But remember, we also mentioned as IP general, it's limited. Even copyright is limited in a way that there are specific terms and subject to exceptions. and also the public domain, which we'll just talk about briefly. So we've talked about them being, we have the Copyright Act, but internationally, we said there are general rules, and these are where treaties come in. So treaties are now those international rules where various countries will subscribe to and ratify to ensure that those now you take them to your particular laws. So for us, especially in the music industry, you find in the digital space, we have the Berne Convention, which Kenya has already ratified. Right now, we are pushing for the WCT, the WIPO Copyright Treaty, and the WIPO Performances and Phonograms Treaty that deals with performers and producers. Those will be the two main ones that we want to be ratified. You can see it's 1996, we're still pushing for ratification in this country. So we're hoping the government, one of the things that come out from this creative is that the government can actually ratify this. Because it's been, I think the last government actually had a cabinet memo on it, but something happened. So if we can have the organizers of this event to ensure that we are protecting our works on the digital space, we can be able to have that ratified. We will share this, so I just left all that in so that when we share the slides with you, you're able to go back and just read for yourself during your free time. So why do we protect copyright? Of course, first, because it encourages investment. We've been talking about investments here, and the PS for Trade yesterday was talking about finally the creative economy being considered as business, as an investment. That's why she's the one who came here yesterday, which is a very big move. ASCFTA, which is trade, is now putting forums like this to be able to push the investment sides of music. And this is why it's really important, because how do you have that sustainability when you're not able to have that investment? Fair reward allows creators and producers to earn from their commercial use. That's your passion too. We were talking about passion yesterday. In this industry, we have so much passion. You're just there. There's nothing coming in but uko hapo pambana. But we need to be able to ensure that there's a fair reward, and IP and copyright ensures that you as the exclusive rights owner is able to get back your money. And of course, we have just talked about the balance between the users and the rights holders, is that it permits some exceptions at some point. So how does that protection arise? I know I mentioned before that it's automatic, yes, but one important thing in our Kenyan Act is that it has to be original. So you can't just take somebody's song and then you say, I want to copyright, and you take a good portion of it and then you sing it again and say you want to copyright that. No. It has to be your own original song. So there has to be. If you have a society, before it was MCSK, the Music Copyright Society, that was only for your written work. Did you know that? Sio wewe kama msanii, MCSK, unaikumbuka? MCSK was actually taking care of your written, the composition of the work. Then we have the musical works. Literary works are the written form of things. Then we have musical works, now the composition side of things, composing. It's on notation, manini, nini, ziko hapo. Artistic works, arts, yeah? Dramatic works, plays, and all those things. Audiovisual works, films. Sound recordings, mziki. Broadcasts, of course, we all know what broadcasts are. So under the Act, how many years? 99. That hiyo ni land. Wewe ni mtu wa shamba wewe. 50 years, yes, you're right. It's 50 years mostly. We are trying to push it to 70, but to most of the copyright works, you can see where you belong, depending on where you are. In literary works, it's actually, for the written work, it's actually life plus 50, meaning you have to die, and then you count 50 years. Melewa. You die, and then 50 more years after you're dead. This is the longest that you can have, at least for literary, musical or artistic works, but not photographs. For audiovisual works and photographs, it's 50 years from when the work was made or first made available to the public. For sound recordings, now when you record your music, that sound recording, remember that one already has the underlying work, which is life plus 50, but the sound recording itself, hiyo mziki yenyewe, is actually 50 years from the recording. So you might just be alive when your music, your sound recording has gotten out of copyright and can be used in the public domain. We say it's in the public domain when the copyright has expired. For a performer, it's 50 years after the performance, and all those, when you get time, you can be able to look at where you fall. Remember, when there's joint authorship, when you're two of you, it has to be 50 years after the last person is dead. So that's quite it's quite a long time, I would say. But remember we said copyright is the author's right. So who is defined as an author in copyright? So you can know whether you're actually the person who's supposed to be getting that copyright. Let me go straight to literary. Literary works means the person who first makes or creates the work. So naona hiyo kesi yako. Are you the first one who made or created the work? So you are the one who owns the copyright, yeah, for that literary work. For sound recording, means a person by whom the arrangements for making of the sound recordings were made. These are not necessarily the same people, Cindy. It's not usually about the creativity for the sound recording. The honor is about who made the arrangements. Nani alilipia, nani alifanya hizo, you know. And that's why you find that that's where the businesses are there. So even for those who are not musicians or people with talent here, you can actually be part of the music industry in terms of that making arrangements and investments. And audiovisual works, as you can see, the person by whom the arrangements for making the work were made as well. So between sound and recordings and audiovisual, it's more of would say the producers that would have that copyright. So that's a very important distinction. So it's not everybody who can get the copyright at the end of the day. So just to also divide, the same way we had intellectual property, and we had divided intellectual property into how many? The two main groups? Two. There was industrial property and there was copyright. Now copyright also is divided into two groups. There's the moral right and there's the economic right, okay? Moral right and the economic right. We'll start by just saying the moral rights is basically, okay, economic, of course, you know, economic ni pesa. Those are the rights that are accrued to give you money. But the moral right is dependable on how, the morality, you can say, the morality of what rights it gives you to just be able, that is not economic. Which the first one is the right to claim authorship, yeah, to be called. Nobody can use your work and not give the name. If you want to be named in a particular work or a piece of music, you have to be named. That's a right that you have under the law. So it's called the right of paternity. And then you also have the right to object to any distortion or modification of your work. I remember there was a time, kuna dawa. Remember that there was a song, kuna dawa, and then it had been used for something else. I think, was it a campaign or something some years back? Do you remember that story? And as our homie was saying, apana, my song can't be used for that. You can actually, as a copyright owner, say, no, I do not want to associate my work with this and that and that. And that's part of the law. You can even sue for that. So that's the right of integrity. And then also, you can also demand that the name of the pseudonym name, the right of attribution, which usually goes hand in hand with the right of paternity as well. We talked about exceptions. We talked about the public domain. We said the public domain is after the 50 years, which is after your copyright expires. It goes to the public domain. So that means that, of course, the works eventually fall outside private copyright control, where the term expires or the rights are renounced. So we talked about moral rights. Now we talk about the economic rights. So what are your economic rights? You have, as a copyright holder, the right to reproduce. So naona hiyo kesi yako. You see, you're the one who recorded it. You have to be the one giving permission. Kama unataka reproduce again, you see, you can actually stop somebody from doing that, depending on who controls that copyright. And And especially in various, like even in print or publication or in sound recordings, you don't, if you don't want anyone to record it, then you can say, no, Staki, yeah, it's my work, it's my property. The right to adapt or to translate, if somebody wants to translate your song, they have to come to you. They can't just do it without permission. If somebody wants to adapt it, maybe your novel, or if, to a film, they have to come and get permission from you. And of course, through licenses and everything, now Alipe. The right to distribute, which is to sell or to rent or to lease, they have to come to you. The right to communicate to the public, and that's why we have CMOs, communication to the public. They have, even you have to give the right to the CMO to collect on your behalf. They cannot just do it without your permission. Right to broadcast and the right to also license and assign. So let me ask a question here. I think I had a licensing question. Does buying a copy of a recording give a hotel or broadcaster permission to play it publicly? Buying, like no, like you bought a CD or yeah. Does it give you, when you buy the CD? Okay, you're assuming you've paid your license. But just buying in itself, and then does it give you permission? No, when you buy it for your own private use. When you want to communicate to the public, then you need your license. So you're half and half right, yes. You're half and half right. So you need your license to be able to play. So just buying that music does not give you the permission to do something to get money from it because I bought it as my property. No. You bought it for your own private use, which the law allows. But now, if you're going to communicate it to the public, especially in a business, you'll have to take up your license and pay for it. So if you talk about ownership and licensing, owning the physical item, of course, is not the same as owning the copyright, as we've said. We have to have the creator, who is usually the starting point. Then we have an employer. Remember that the law, if it's a work for hire, then the person who's paying for it is the one who's going to own the property. So please, or the copyright. So please be careful also with your contracts, unless the contract says otherwise, okay? Then producer and broadcaster, of course, there's special rules for sound recordings and broadcasts, and assignee and licensee. Mkiona contract imesema assignment, please be very careful. Usually you want to give a license out because an assignment inamaanisha umepeana kila kitu. Yeah, you've given everything out. So you try to license your works out because it means that you still have that control. It can either be an exclusive license or a non-exclusive. Exclusive meaning umepatia tu mtu yote. That's the person who's supposed to be doing, trying to monetize for you on your behalf. But if it's non-exclusive, which is what we usually prefer, you can give various people your works to be able to monetize. And that way you can get more out of that. So you have to have your contract discipline of splits, assignments, licenses, releases, and producer agreements and performer contracts. One Kenyan song, for example. Let's take an example of music. Who owns the song? Huh? Who owns the song? Huh? Different people, excellent. Yeah, there are different people who can own the song, right? You can have lyrics, artists. Okay, though artists, you can, once you fixated the artist, you remember the sound recording is the person who actually makes arrangements. So the artist, unfortunately, under the Kenyan law, because once you fixate it, it belongs to the producer. But you can be your own producer, remember. Yeah, so it can still belong to you. But if you've allowed somebody else to pay for it and do that, it belongs to that person. So your work as an artist, you're just paid for the coming to sing. So that's the tricky bit about, and I know the law they're trying to change the law right now because it was there before, but they removed it. They said it was unconstitutional, but now we're trying to bring it back to be able to protect, at least to get some funds some money for the artists themselves. But basically, lyrics. We've talked about lyrics. The person who can own, it can be different people, right? Lyrics is the literary work, so you can have somebody owning that. The musical work, which is the melody and the beat itself, somebody else can own that. Then we have the master recording, which is the sound recording. The company or yourself as a self-releasing artist can own that. We also have the performance, as we said, it's a related right. It's ownership, yes, but not as such, because as I said, once it's fixated, then the ownership itself is belonging to the, under Kenyan law that is, it belongs to the producer. And then the music video is the audiovisual producer, of course. And then we also have the cover artwork if you have a design, you know. So there can be different artistic works that, or different rights that can accrue from one particular song. So if you have a case study now as we finish, if you have, let's say we have a Nairobi release. There's a producer, a singer, a songwriter, a label, video director, photographer create one music release. What protected works exists? Na mniambie sasa. What protected works exists there? Literary, hey. I wish I had mazawadi pia. Now you see I do. Literary works, what else? Artistic for the artwork, yes. Tumesema tu saizi, so just you can regurgitate just now. What else? Huh? What? Master, the sound recording, good. What else? Performance, yes. And if there's a video director, of course, it means there's a video, so audiovisual rights as well, yeah. Which users need authorization? Which users need authorization? What do you need to authorize when you're making that, that release? Ngumu? Eh? Na Kiswahili, oh, okay. Okay, what do you need to authorize from sele unaanza to create, what authorizations are needed? At what point do you need authority? Tumesema tunatengeza mziki. Yeah, the first authority you will need is to si mtu ameandika nyimbo. Ameandika. So the first one is actually to, huyu ameandika, atakupatia permission, authority to, yes, to produce the song, which means to take an artist, and you need the authority for the artist to be able to fixate it, aimbe, authority from them, hiyo ni contract nyingine. Contract ya kwanza ni hiyo ya mtu ameandika, contract ya pili ni ya mtu amefanyia production, contract ya tatu ni exactly. Kuna hiyo ya broadcast, which is usually through licenses through CMOs, but kuna ile audiovisual pia lazima you have to get the permission from the sound recording to be able to take that from the audiovisual. Tuko na hizo contracts zote hapa Kenya. That's why you end up with those problems that you're, yeah. So we want to be able to make sure that we have that infrastructure. And you see, what must be in writing, every single step of the authorization has to be in writing so that you can make sure that the authority has been transferred to the next one. Who may be the author or the first owner? Who's the author there? The writer, excellent. That's the author. Is there another author? Yeah? Hey. No, next time I have to make sure I look for gifts. Muko sawa. The producer, either the producer of the audiovisual or the producer of the sound recording. That's excellent. I'm so happy. Hey, this is a 100% A-star class. So our takeaways for copyright, basically is just to say, copyright protects the expression, not the ideas, remember. It's listed categories of works, which we've talked about in the Copyright Act. Protection is automatic once qualifying works are fixed in the material form, and one creative product may contain multiple works, multiple rights and owners, and contracts, registration, evidence, and licensing structures. They determine whether rights holders are paid. Remember, registration is just for the evidence that it's your work. It's not to get the copyright, because copyright is automatic. I'm so happy. I thought it was a difficult class, like you guys are mko sawa. Thank you so much. That is for copyright. Now I want us to just go quickly through contracts, because Judy has told me I just have 2-3 slides about the contracts, just so we are aware of what the contracts are there in the creative industry. In film and television, for those who are here, you can either have your producer agreements, which has the roles, the budgets, the decision-making, IP ownership, credits, and profit participation. We also have the talent agreements as a talent, which has the service, image rights, exclusivity, fees, residuals, royalties as well, and publicity or obligations. We also have location releases. Now, if you have, of course, you're going for permission. If you want to film this beautiful place, you get your permissions there to film. The access periods, the fees, all these are usually the contracts that you need, and distribution deals especially, where you'll be able to get your media, territory, the term, the exclusivity, delivery materials and expenses, and revenue accounting. Those are the main ones. I mean, there can always be more, but those are the main ones in the film and television. And in music, of course, the main one is the recording agreements, especially the masters. And this is where you find that most wengine wanachomeka, but it's all dependent on your negotiation skills and how you're able to get your licensing done. Do you want an advance? Do you want a one-off payment? Because it's your property, you can actually be given a lot of money, and you say, you know what, I'm selling it the same way you sell your land. So you can have your term. You should be able to have. What's very important is to have your recoupment. How do you get your recoupment of the term options, of the release commitments and creative control? That's very important if you're a record label or you're a self-released artist. Publishing agreements, of course. Composition rights, we talked about composition. You have to get that as authority. That's an agreement we talked about. Administration, royalty splits. How do you split between yourself? Hiyo kesi ambayo mulikuwa mumekubaliana, this is how we're going to split 50-50 or whatever shares that we have. Live performance agreements. Of course, if you're performing live, you have to be able to have an agreement. In Kenya, you're just told, kuja perform. Yeah, you're not signing anything. You're the budget, the low budget. I can see kuna story hapo. Hatuwezi kosana. No, munaweza kosana, please. So make sure you sign your performance contract. And of course, please make sure you really read, because some people are not authentic and they can be able to have some riders there. Riders are to just be like a one line that can really destroy the whole contract and make sure you're not paid. So make sure, even if you can give your lawyer to be able to go through it and ensure that it's in place, is very important. Synchronization licenses. Does anyone know what syncing is? Synchronization, sync. If you have your song and it's being used, yes, excellent. In the film, you need to have your license agreement for that as well. And that's the permission to pair composition and a master recording with film, TV, games, or advertising. So in the general creative services, you have commission work. Remember, we talked about commissioned works. If you're commissioned work for hire, that agreement, it means that you're not the owner. They're just paying you to do that particular work, and the ownership belongs to them. You have licensing deals, exactly what may be used by whom, where, for how long, and what platforms. And also collaboration agreements where you have contributions, ownership, percentages, credits. Again, we're going to give you this so that you can at least see what you need to look at when you're looking at all these agreements that you need. So the negotiation fundamentals, you need to protect your value before you sign. Please agree on what you want before you sign. So hatutakosana. The good negotiation is preparation and not confrontation, of course. You prepare first, you know the commercial value of the project. Yo, chungu. In fact, I remember when we used to perform, it's a couple of years back, but the project was a very big project. We were not aware. We were just being given 30,000 bob. That time you're seeing, after you've performed, you're seeing the person has even quoted for your own, for that 30K that they gave you, they had quoted even, I think, 500K, You know how painful that is. So you have to really understand the particular projects that you're on, so you can be able to negotiate a better deal. Then you, of course, you can separate the non-negotiable from the terms that you can trade, understand the other party's priorities, deadlines, and leverage on that. Put alternative structures on the table rather than negotiating only one number. of course, you're always trying your best to put a good value on your agreement. I think. Oh yeah. So when you're negotiating your whole deal, money, of course, you have to make sure that you know whether you want an advance or you want royalties. I always think, I don't know which one is best, but depending on how much you've been given, sometimes you just want to say, ayodo letter 10 mic, sawa, lipa, twende, you know. But I heard that story of, was it The Lion King, or which one was the story? There's someone who had said that they were offered quite some good money. I remember it was around equivalent of 4 million, those many years ago. But they said, no, I want my royalties. And up to today, it was, you remember? Yeah? Okay, up to today, they've gotten like 400, like 100 times of what they would have gotten if they took that money, which was a lot. So it can be a gamble, because sometimes you can refuse that 4 million and nothing happens. But it's, you know, it depends on what you want. That if you think you have a good product, it's always got better to go with the royalties. So you can be able to also earn for the rest of your life. Then you can also get that money and ununue shamba, and you can also get that for the rest of your life. So whatever it is that you feel at that particular point. But very important, rights, ownership, licenses, scope, creative control, and consultations, all these things, I mean, are really critical when you're negotiating your fundamentals. And of course, you have to be able to agree on milestones and accept the accepted criteria where you want to be able to, for example, if it's performance and everything, if there's a delay, what happens? Maybe you're paid already 50% upfront, so you're already not losing also, because you had already secured that day as well as a performer. What else? Always plan the exit, yeah? Termination. If you don't want to be able to do that work, you should be able to plan, have an exit strategy, make sure that's in the contract as well. And what survives? Usually they say confidentiality usually survives the agreement. Any payments, of course, that are due have to be paid. Credit and existing licenses, you know, all these things are very important. When do the rights return to the creator, especially if you're licensing your works and your copyright? When do you get back your license after a while? If it's an exclusive one, especially. You can say, I license this out for you for 10 years, then, you know, you make this payment, 10 million shillings for 5 years, then the rights revert back to me for me to be able to exploit. What else? Never rely on an oral promise. That's very important. Never, hey, yeah, mecheka. Never rely on oral promises. Ati nimekwambia tu tuseme ati umesema nini? What do we do? Write it down. Sawa? Tuko pamoja? Yeah. Always write it down. So yeah, as we close this on checklists, before signing, interrogate the deal commercially and legally. Yeah, I look at the scope. What exactly am I being engaged to create or perform? Where are the deliverables and deadlines? You ask yourself these questions. Money. How and when am I being paid? Are royalties calculated on gross or net? Mnajua gross and net? Gross is on the entire money. Net, they always say sometimes you have to reduce your expenditure. Of course, you always want to do it on the gross, yeah? Because you don't know how much, what is being paid, because unless if it's the net, then you have to agree on the expenses that are being incurred, yeah? Because somebody can say, oh, I've spent on this and this and this, and then you end up getting a little. So you try and do the gross on the gross, your payment on the gross, if not on the net, where you have permission and control over the expenditure. Duration, how long is the agreement? Are there automatic renewals, options, or exclusivity? Restrictions, we talked about exclusive rights and or exclusive licenses. Accountability, will I receive statements? I always, if you're gonna license your work somewhere, always ask for the ability to be able to audit the books, so you can be able to know where the payments are late or if you're being given the right payments. Ownership, who owns the copyright master? We've already talked about all that. Control, who approves the edits, who approves the release and all these things. But remember, as a moral rights and as a rights holder, you can be able to also have your share of how you don't want your works or your performance edited. Territory and media, if it's Kenya only, if it's worldwide. Of course, if you're licensing, especially your works out for Kenya only, the money might not be as much as if you're licensing to the world, yeah? So you have to, all those are balances you have to make when you're negotiating. And then of course your exit, how can I terminate? And what happens to the rights or the unfinished work when the money is there? Okay. Tumeongea. Finally, you know, I can't leave here without talking about the role of the record label. In Kenya, we just know about artists. But you know, when we don't have this right structures in place, then it's very hard for us to monetize. And when you talk about the record label, it can also be a self-releasing. If you're a self-releasing artist, just look at it like, these are the things I need to be doing, you know, to be able to make sure that my work is successful. When you look at music soundtracks and behind those tracks, there are artists and record labels. These are the driving force of the music industry. When we're driving the music ecosystem, record labels play a key role in guiding and empowering artists to achieve long-term success. Ukiangalia hapa, unaona artists is here in the middle, ndio huyo. There's so many things that you have to manage as an artist. Naona hapa umepigana na CMO, rights collection, record label itself, the distributors and the platforms, their brand partners. There's the live music industry. There's the merchandise. Wala unakutengezea match your t-shirts and everything and branding. There's the artist manager. There's the trade association fighting for your rights, and there's the publishers. Remember we said there's the publishers and there's the producers. You can imagine as an artist, you have to deal with all these people yourself. How, if you're just doing things by yourself, how are you going to be able to have this ecosystem? The ecosystem is big, so you need that support and a team behind you to be able to at least, okay, maybe nowadays things are changing because you can just record here. But you know, generally the music industry needs that support, and an artist needs that support. And record labels help artists to cut through the huge amount of content being released today, enabling artists to achieve creative and commercial success at every stage of their careers. Inaanza na artists, unaona hapo kuna partnership, creative development, and commercial success. Through all this, there are all these things that need to be done. Yeah, there can either be an upfront investment, the way we said before, where we can be given advances or developing the funding, because all these things also need money. There's artist welfare. Nowadays we have a lot of issues with mental health. There's the legal and financial services, royalty accounting, transparency, content protection, fighting digital piracy. There is business affairs, the contracts, who's going to look at your contracts, who's going to look at your licensing negotiations and management, global networking, industry introductions, networking. So all these things is very important if you're able to get that support to handle all this. Yes, we can release and do all these things, but if we're going to do it the right way and take this industry as business, then we have to have the business infrastructure. For creativity, there is A&R, which is artist and repertoire development, where you have to develop even yourself as your talent. How do you develop? There's songwriting camps. How many musicians have gone for songwriting camps? Kai, not even one. See, hapo kuna shida basi. Yeah, that we have to be able to develop ourselves. The fact that we sing, it's always good to be able to develop yourself and have those support. So that's why you see, in fact, now camp, do you have anyone from camp? I think the next thing we'll do is organize a songwriting, but producers. But now that we brought in the composers and authors, we can work to also have a songwriting camp. Creativity has to be developed. Yeah, as much as it's talent, it's good to build on that. So recording, creative, merchandise, all this have to work towards your commercial success, having brand partnerships, sync opportunities, all these things. How many people do you think are part of the music industry? Sometimes people just think, oh, mziki ni mziki tu. Mziki ni mziki, yeah, it's music, it's okay. But by the time we had presented this to even the governments to start listening and ensure that we have the right policies in place to take this industry seriously, how many jobs do you think the music industry supports? Roughly. Give me one. Huh? Hmm? Oh, wow. Hey, 200. Okay. Oh, film is around 200. Okay, nice. And then give me names of industries that can, I mean, jobs that can support, that support the music industry, like can emanate from a song or an artist. Huh? Hmm? Fashion, yes. That's the artist. Record label and artist partnership, where they're working together. Can you read? You can read that. A&R, business affairs, distribution, promotion, marketing, new artist opportunities, live music, publishing, legal, management. Can you read that? From each of those main ones, you still have all those people. Somebody writing and recording, songwriting, somebody recording, somebody producing, somebody doing the artwork, somebody doing the video, styling, story and biography, brand and socials, audience. Like, you can see how it's going. Huh? On this other side, there's touring, there's promoting for live, there's book agency, new artist opportunities, there's much. There's long video form, there's new tech, there's brand partnerships, you know. Na tunaambiwa sisi ni wanamuziki tu. So you can see the whole ecosystem, yeah? We support all these jobs. All these jobs. Hata digital content creators mko pale. Yeah? So I usually just like to show how this ecosystem can work and how it needs to be able to be you know, supported so we can be able to ensure that the music industry thrives. You, as I said, you are going to have the slides. So finally, just to look at some of the ways an artist can choose. It's always important to know if I'm going to sign up, let's say with a record label, what do I need to look at? Yeah, I mean, or rather, how can I sign up and what can I do? At what levels can I engage with the label? Yeah, it can either be only distribution, yeah, where record labels distribute music, artist music globally while the artist owns the right to their recordings. It can also be just label services deal where the artist can opt in to different label services like press, marketing, while owning the right to their recordings. It can also be a single or an EP deal, where the artist agrees on a short-term project with a label and draws from the label resources while rights may be licensed from a limited time. So maybe, and I think this is what happened with Sauti Sol and Universal. They signed on an album. We'll just give me this amount, 40 million or 50 million, Bob. We'll give you an album, and that is it. It's a short project, yeah? That's a singles deal or a record, or you can also have a record deal where the artist assigns their rights, receives and advance an agreed share of revenues where the artist benefits from full range of services and promo and marketing. And finally, you can actually sign a 360 deal where the record label incorporates everything, merch, touring, fan clubs, sponsorships and endorsements and arrangements, and agrees to share the revenue with the artist. So it just depends on where you want to sign, especially if you're signing with a bigger, you know, with the majors who are now coming into the country. And, you know, I want to just give you an example of Rema. Tunamjua Rema? Yeah, and how he worked with Maven as a record label. I always like giving this example. This was actually last year, so I'm sure even the data is like almost double by now. But he's amassed through that partnership close to 50 million. I'm sure right now it's even 70 or something followers on subscribers across major platforms. You can see all his socials numbers there that he has. This is from his partnership with Maven, which is his record label. Some of the biggest Afrobeat songs in recent years have spawned from Rema's diverse and extensive discography. Naziona hizo zote. You can see all the numbers. 1.5B was Calm Down with his remix with Selena Gomez. Look at all his awards that he's received, including Billboard and the more international ones as well, MTV, Trace Awards. Those are his EPs that he's had over the years since 2019 when he began. You can see all the artwork and the releases, the brands that he's supported, Pepsi, Coca-Cola, Defender, big brands, of course, that when you have that partnership and that support structure, you're able to do a lot. And of course, where he's been featured and the press coverage that he's gotten, both local and international. I always like to show his story because I remember is it 2020 when in the office in Nigeria, I was just going for one of my work related things, and I was in the Maven office, and I was talking to Tega, who's the operations the CEO, and I was asking, and he was so excited. He saying, "We have this project for Rema." That time he wasn't really big, you know. So he spoke so passionately about it and all the plans they had in place. So looking back all those 6 years now and seeing what they've managed to do from nothing, I just say that anybody can actually do this if we actually have a team in place that believes in you and is able to push on a daily basis to make sure that you're working. So finally, you can see Austin Dabo was a former executive VP for Atlantic Records, Warner Music. He said, "It has never been easier to run a campaign as an independent artist as it is today, but you cannot beat a team of 20 or 30 people waking up in the morning with you on the brain, obsessing about how to break your music." So they also say you can walk, what does that say? Walk alone. If you want to walk faster, walk alone. If you want to walk further, go further, walk together. Sindio? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Angela, for that session. Very, very wonderful session. Something. Akuja tu performie, si ndio? Ajikumbushe kidogo. There's our Kenyan Destiny's Child, yeah? A girl group of 3 amazing ladies. And they gave us this banger. Ngojeni, ebu kuja Angela kwanza. Simameni tafadhali. Let loose kidogo. Okay, please turn up the volume kidogo.
Mateso ya roho umenivunja moyo, umenitesa kanifanya nalia, wangapi kapitia mimi Ruda Sofia, wanichezea na sasa naishia na wahenga tueleza, sipoziba upata jenga kuta, basi ukuta hiyo ishabomoka, umenifanya nitabike, umenitendea upeke, siwezi tena, wanifanya nawika, wai wai, parapanda inalia, wai wai, kesho naishia, masaa inakwisha, nalia wai wai, nawika.
Okay, I can't do this. Yes, you're welcome for that impromptu performance, man. Seeing Angela growing up to your music. Sitasema miaka, but back in the day when songbooks were cool and Daily Nation had a cutout for the kids called Young Nation. they used to print out song lyrics. And I remember I had a couple bangers from Tattoo. So for seeing you from artist to CEO of Prisk to the regional director of IFPI, man, I think it's very inspiring. And to all the artists in here, I think tunaona, you can evolve. The artistry doesn't have to be the last thing that you do. You can use it as a stepping stone to elevate you and to take you to greater heights. I see food is already ready, so we're going to break for lunch for about half an hour. And at exactly 2:30, we're going to convene again to continue with our sessions. So feel free to, get those numbers, connect, interact, exchange notes, and we can head on over to get some food on my left. Karibuni sana. Mko sawa? Very good, very good. So, we're officially kicking off the afternoon session of the Creatives Commercialization Masterclass. And my co-host is going to lead us through this energy session.
Another energy session over here. I know you're feeling amazing after the food. The ones we've had some ugali in the building, we're supposed to actually burn some calories. So we're all going to stand up in a minute. And you're gonna have some good time. Who loves a good time? I love a good time always. It's always a great time to be alive. So I need some energy. We're gonna have some dancing session and icebreaker before we introduce the rest of the speakers. So kindly, let's stand up. Tafadhali, tafadhali. I know we're feeling good. Welcome everybody to Creatives Connect Africa. I hope you're all learning amazing things. You're getting some insight over here. But right now, it's some energy and synergy in the building.
Tusimame, tafadhali. Please get on your feet. Tafadhali, simameni.
Let's stretch a little bit. DJ, and I'm gonna call Legit over here right now to, lead us with some moves, yeah? Are we feeling amazing?
Okay, stretch out a little bit.
Hey.
Some free space. Move around kidogo.
If your neighbor is not dancing, just like move away from them.
Pinch them.
Hey. Come on. Hey. Pull it. Just stretch a little bit. Hey. Hey. Hey.
Comme le sable d'un Yakuza. Si tu marches, oui, tes babes, c'est tout droit. Ta carte tes plaques, disons Alléluia. Da, da, da. Yo, Judas.
Y'all looking amazing.
If your neighbor is not dancing, please tap
Si tu
them.
marches, oui, tes babes, c'est tout. Chérie, nous sous ça, campé dans la bamele, full BBL, bamele, chérie, nous sous ça, campé dans la j'ai des bons chanter.
I see y'all. Come on.
M'a dit je t'aime mais c'est trop
Some energy, guys.
M'a dit je t'aime mais
Some
c'est
energy,
trop
some energy, tafadhali.
Si tu marches with me babe c'est tout droit. Regarde tes blagues disons alléluia.
Kuna watu hawasongi.
Yo Judas. Baby, j'ai le temps, vini, pas timide. Ride en Lamborghini. Chérie, nous sous ça, campé dans. Bamele, full BBL, baby.
With them pills.
Try my best. Please take your seats. Asanteni sana for that energetic session. Nimeona pia exhibitors wamejibamba. And also, please, if you haven't made a point of checking out what our tents have to offer, please do. We have Equity and PayPal. We have Rebecca Online and Adorn, Mekbal, Africa, and Sheloyiz as well. Tafadhali, make sure that you pass by our stands and get to learn about the products and services that we have on the ground here. Now, without any further ado, I would like to invite the interim chairperson of Creatives Connect Africa, Judy Sheila Mogo, so that she will introduce a couple of creatives to us. A warm round of applause, tafadhali.
Amazing.
Louder, louder, louder. Watu tuchangamke tafadhali. Ni Friday.
Yes. Come
Tuchangam-
on.
Recognize the old school dancers. Tumefanya challenges mingi sana za, si ndio? The Gen Z. Kwanza, the most interesting thing, his dressing. Alikuwa amevaa nini? Crocs, that's the in thing, by the way. It's so interesting. We accommodate you as you are. Yani alitoka akasema, hiyo ndio look ya leo. So, team camp, mujiorganize tuna. Our host, please, we have to represent. Sasa. So today I want to introduce an amazing guy called Bobby. I know Bobby from way 5-6 years ago, working closely with him at Pulse. When the creative industry started, they had a team, a group that was called East Meets West, right, Bobby? So he's going to share his journey today, where they began. Fiona, also get ready. You're also going to be sharing your journey, and many more other people. And if you have a song, if you're an artist, and today you want to perform here, we have 2 slots. So on a DJ, on a host, mpangane hapo, tujibambe. Sasa, ata jioni, when we are having our drinks or cocktails, we're going to be having performances. So if you want to showcase your work, do not shy. Just go to the host, the DJ. You're going to be given a platform. Karibu sana, Bobby. This is someone you need to know in the industry. They started it, and I admire what they're doing until now. Karibu sana, Bobby. We were taught by Madam Pierce yesterday, protocol. There's no way you leave stage before the next person comes.
Funny story, Bobby is my dad's nickname. So badala tu anipe hiyo jina ikwe yangu, akaongeza Junior, ndo bado ikwe watu wakiniita wanamkumbuka. And I started content creation by accident. It was never a plan. I never sat down thinking 10 years from now, I'd be doing content, right? My journey started long time ago. My dad actually played football for the national team of Kenya, Harambee Stars. So growing up, I was an athlete's child. And being an athlete's child, everyone is expecting you to fill in the footsteps of your dad. So every time I used to go to town with my dad and people, because he was really popular, and people would greet him, and I'm the only boy, so everyone was, hey, pia atacheza mpira. Mi niko mpira kweli, iko kwa plan zangu. But my dad at an early age had this habit ya kunipeleka 20th century. And I used to, when I was 3-4 years old, and we used to go watch movies, tukimaliza tunakula Sanford, chipo ndani ya gari. That's how me and him tukwa tunabond. And every time I left the cinema as a 4-year-old, he was so amazed how I never slept through movies. But little did I know that was the beginning of my journey as a filmmaker. So initially, I wanted to do film from when I was 4-5. Then when I was in Form 2, nilikuwa wale watu kwa movie shop. So pia mi ni millennial wa last. Nimekaribia Gen Z. Uko si ndo millennial wa mwisho. So back then, kabla YouTube na trailers. So what my work kwa movie shop ilikuwa was to help the guy sell movies. So unakuja unauliza, uko na trailer ya hii movie? Na Bobby, come. Sasa mi ndo naanza, movie ni kali. Wacha nikwambie usipotoka na hii. Alafu kuna hii ingine pia, utaipenda zinaenda kufanana. Alafu kuna hii ya 3. So by the time you're leaving there, you've already bought 5 movies. And then mi napewa ka 200 bob kangu, naambiwa, And then he started seeing me as an asset, akanifungulia place ya Smokey. Ndo kingoja movie hapo, unakuja kwangu, tunapiga story, unakula Smokey. So that's how initially my journey started. So joining university, I really wanted to do film. Unfortunately, it reached a point where my parents couldn't afford paying university for me. And there was a film competition called East African Student Film Festival that was in Daystar. I studied in Riara University. So kitu ili happen ni, we submitted a film. That day I ended up winning 8 awards in one night. So shule ikasema, tunaweza pea nini Bobby? Wakasema, Janata hayuko shule, ako tu mtaani anazunguka. Then come, let's give him a scholarship. So I ended up finishing university through scholarship. And in the process of that, when I was not in school, nilikuwa na pitia depression. So hii kizungu isikudanganye, mimi nimetoka Islands. Sasa hii kizungu isikudanganye hata kidogo, mimi I'm proud of where I'm from. Mimi ni mtoto wa mtaani. So you tend to see how people gravitate towards vitu kama crime, early pregnancies. Unaona tu life ya mtaa, and in the back of your mind unajiambia, this is not for me. You know, I want something better. I want more. So by the time nimefukuzwa university because of fees, nilikuwa nakaa kwa nyumba sana because I was just thinking to myself, neza fanya nini? And honestly, I sunk into depression because that time I was the chairman of Broadcast Club Shule. I had so many friends, watu around me. I was really good at what I did. Mimi ndo nilikuwa nafanya watu practical zao. Wananilipa. That's how I survived in school. Because babangu alikuwa ananiambia, cheki, sina pesa ya kukupea ya lunch. Ambia mamako, akipika rice na ndengu, akupakie, ubebe, university. Na imagine niko class na kila mtu anasikia harufu ya rice na ndengu. Na hisi kindergarten, ini university. And remember, I'm in Riara, in a posh university. Huwezi enda kunukishia watu githeri huko. Na watu huko kwa lasagna, pizza, vitu nzuri, unaenda sijui na umeenda na omena na ugali. So now for me, it became a thing of, okay, now I'm in the house, I have nothing to do, I'm not constructive. So I sunk into depression. But even as I sunk into depression, one thing I'm really grateful for my mother is at an early age, she introduced me to God and over-reliance in God. So as much I was depressed, I remember I used to talk to God a lot and ask him, sai tuko hapa. Either nikae hapa ndani ya nyumba, ama nikazurure na watu tukitafuna mira, aimlessly, with no future. And that's when God was like, start a YouTube channel. And I was like, YouTube? At the time, in YouTube back then was different because ilikuwa na the cool girls, the kina Nancy Mwai. Hi guys, so welcome to my channel. I'm gonna be driving you with me to, we're gonna go to Junction Mall. YouTube haikuwa ya watu kama sisi. Trust me, mimi ndo nilifungulia watu wa mtaani. subscribe. Hey, how much? Hey, mi sina pesa ya kusubscribe. Ni free, please to subscribe. Back then you used to get 300 views. Unafurahi. Because convincing Kenyans then, nowadays I see how YouTube has grown and I'm so happy because I'm no longer in the space, but when I see it, I'm like, wow, I'm really happy, right? But we never knew how we would make money from it yet. So we were there doing YouTube. I remember nikiambia my friends wa nyumbani, cheki, situfungue YouTube channel. Bobi, hizi ni vitu za madem. Hizi ni vitu za wamama. Hizi si vitu. Nikasema ni sawa, Mungu ameniambia wacha nifungue. Na mamangu ni mtu wa church. So naambia mamangu ananiuliza utafanya nini na life yako nafungua YouTube. Prayer warrior, usiku na manane. Dear God, Satan is trying to take away my son from me. Mamangu analia. And the beautiful thing was, God actually spoke to my mom. And siku moja nimekaa tu kwa sitting room, nadhani anakuja kunikelelesha juu ya YouTube tena. Akakuja akaniambia, I just want to say sorry, because after talking to God, ameniambia niachane na wewe, hiyo ndio kitu amekuambia ufanye. And for me, it gave me now the peace. So I started pursuing it. And one thing inside me is, when I choose to take something, niko na kakitu kan uni push to the very, yani natakanga nikuwe great, sitakangi kuifanya nusu, sijuangi kufanya kitu yote nusu. If I'm going to go for it, I'm all in. Hakuna TA, ifs, but maybe. So, as I was doing film, I was also doing YouTube. So YouTube introduced me to brands. So the first brand that signed us was Safaricom. Not Samsung, sorry. Samsung was the first big deal to sign. But also because we were new to the game, we didn't understand how to work with brands. So mtu akaenda akapiga picha na iPhone na tumesainiwa na Samsung. So you can imagine, umepiga mirror selfie, smile, tumepiga nini, napigiwa naambiwa Bobby, so unafanya kazi na Samsung. And that's how the contract ended. Because there was still no, sindo watu wa kwanza, so we don't know how to navigate this industry in the way people, there was no one to teach us. Everything ni trial and error, right? So YouTube introduced me to working with brands, and we did the live show. Normally, podcast, what we did is now what people called podcast. So your favorite podcast, at one point walikuwa, ni sisi ndo tulikuwa motivation yao. Kina Chunksy, Sandwich. Even when I meet them today, they still show me the respect, because when we were doing it, we didn't know it was a podcast in 2017. So we are not still familiar with it. So continued doing it. And now you see in the YouTube, Smith West was a group of 7 people. So unaweza imagine one brand deal, you're dividing it amongst 7 people. So unaona, na hiyo time wendo unafanya kila kitu. So mi ndo director, mi ndo na edit, mimi ndo kila kitu. So the weight was a bit too much, right? And then, as I said, most of them are my friends, na pia wametoka, that's why it's called East meets West. Mi nimetoka East, hao wametoka West. So East ina meet West. So wenye wametoka West don't need this as much as I do, right? Mi ndo nikiangalia situation yangu nyumbani, I'm like, I need this more than they do. So slowly by slowly, as we were finishing university, everyone started drifting away. And I asked myself, as much as I'd want to continue, I felt like East Meets West had reached its peak. Why? Because we had worked with big brands, Coca-Cola, KFC, Samsung. Then if it's live shows, we did a live show that had over 1,000 people. It was the biggest live show at that time by any creator. Then if it was CSR, we built schools in Thome. If it is working with artists, we had Nasty C from South Africa on our YouTube channel. So to me, I had reached a point where I felt like I had achieved what I wanted to achieve, and it was now time to move into a new space, which was film. Because 2017, I won the 8 awards. 2018, I won my first Kalasha. 2018, again, I came in 4th in Africa at the Natalie Lorenzo Award. Hiyo ndo kama Oscars a documentary. So I came in 4th in Africa and 20th globally. So na hizo time unaona nazifanya na 0 budget. I'm not even really good. I'm 22, 23. But at that time, I'm saying if I can compete with industry players who are 30, 40 year old, and bado neza kuwa number 4, sasa nikiendelea neza fika number ngapi. So I was still, film-wise, I was picking up recognition and awards, but I didn't know what I would do for kuishi, kusurvive. Because you see film, the Kenyan film industry isn't where it needs to be yet. It's a work in progress. Today ndo kuna film kama Anam. How many have watched Anam? Yeah, which is an amazing film, right? Which is breaking box office records. Saindo, a Kenyan film in a screen kwa cinema, 2 weeks. Actually now going to 3. No Kenyan film. You guys need to know how bad it is. Hata mkiona watu kama Kenyan loser ati wakisema, oh, film. I wish you saw the back end. Kenyan films are given 1 day at the cinema. One or mpewe Saturday, Sunday, imeisha. Mambo yenyi, rudini, ekeni Spider-Man, ekeni Odyssey. So it's really hard. So I asked myself, how am I going to survive after YouTube? And brands started noticing me as an individual. So the same skill I would use in film, I now started introducing it to brands. So now I started marketing brands. Brands would come, I get hired, I get paid. Then I learned there are 2 types of creators. The first type of creator is the one wakona popularity. Kina Flacco, kina nani, au forever, there's that. And then number 2, where see watu wengi, the creative creator. In the content creation space, you could either be very popular or very creative and still have the same impact as the person who's popular. So that's when the desire to now start pursuing content creation came, because it became easy. One reel, I started seeing it. Alafu najua mi sikuwa najua how to price myself. So one day, signed my first big contract with Gordon's, which I'm still signed to this day. I'll be honest with you, I used to get paid 100,000 per month. Naacha nikwambie, bado hiyo 100,000, I felt untouchable. Right? This is 100,000. Na shoot video mbili. 1-minute videos. 2 reels a month. I'm getting paid 100,000. To be honest, nilikuwa nimeona nimefika. Naona, this ini pesa sijai gusa, sijai ona. Until I sat with Jules from Over 25. And one day tumepelekwa Mombasa na Gordons, tuko kwa ndege. Mi na smile all through. Tumepanda ndege juu ya content. Mungu wenyewe upewe sifa. So me, I'm just happy to be there. Unaona? And Jules tells me, hey, Bobby, you know my target is making 750,000 a month. Na mimi niko na so moja na niko sawa. Namwambia, alafu unajua sasa lazima uact ni kama umezoea hizi vitu. Hiyo ni rahisi. 750. Uni mtu anaweza kuwa anashika 500k a month. Kaniambia, Bobby, that's my target for next month. You know, I think if I can just put more effort, I can get to 750,000 a month. We're talking about content. I wish you guys knew how much content creators make. If you're really good at what you do, the industry kona money. Mistake 2 content creators tulifanya, ni tulianza kushow off. Sasa ndo hiyo tunataksiwa. But tungenyamaza tu, tuangaijua, tuko na pesa. But kila mtu, I'm a millionaire. I'm buying a Range Rover. I'm doing what? If we had kept quiet, people wouldn't have known how much brands pay us. Right? So when I had that conversation with Jules, I was like, okay, 750. So mi niko times 7 nyuma. 100 ndo inaanza kunifurahisha. So I started doubling my effort. I kid you not, last year, that was 2 years after me and Jules had that conversation, I ended up doing 800,000 in 1 month. Just from brands. But the thing about content creation is it's not stable. When it rains, it pours. And when it doesn't rain, there's a drought, right? Because I was telling someone, I don't understand how you would go from last year touching amazing numbers to this year not having done any work with any brand. Nimeanza kufanya kazi na brands in June. So yes, utafurahia hiyo 1 month kuna peak. But then now you also have to start planning yourself for those days that brands don't want to come to you, right? Because then the depression comes in because you keep on asking yourself how. last month nilikuwa 800. 6 months sijaona hata kazi moja, but by the grace of God vitu tu zu stabilize, because currently I'm working with Orbit, I'm working with Google, I'm working with Nivea Men, and I'm working with Gordon's, which is 4 brands, right? And that's, I only have 19,000 followers, which isn't a lot. But then that's where you beat other people. You use your mind and you become creative. So awa ingine wakishoot na simu, mi nda shoot high-end quality na camera. Awa kifanya edits zao za haraka post and shoot, me I'll take time. I'll make sure everything is planned. When they come, and I'll be honest with you, when brands come to me, I charge for one reel 100,000. Ukikuja uni negotiate na kwambia sawa leta 80, lakini jueni best yangu. Na kukiwa kumekauka sana, ni mbaya, leta tu yenye uko nayo juu landlord atataka kujua mambo ya sijui. Hii ni ile ikikambaya, lakini wakati niko on my prime, kaufiki 80 sawa, but ikikambaya hata 20, because my dad told me pesa ni pesa. Kuna time utataka hiyo 20 na itakuwa juli ringia. So you also have to look at it from also that perspective of what becomes. Right now, even as I'm standing here before you, last year I won 5 awards in content creation, making the tally up to 21 awards. I'm not as popular, but I'm not chasing popularity, right? I'm chasing greatness. Popularity, wenye wa views, wacheni mkule hiyo. Because one thing I learned is, always enda kwa duka uambie mtu wa duka, mi ni mpopular, nipe maziwa na mkate. Ati niko na 100,000 followers, nipe maziwa na hakuna mtu anajali juu yako. You get? So when you're navigating the space, you have to ask yourself a question. What route do you want to go to? Is it popularity or is it greatness? And choose your route. It doesn't matter. I've been in the game for 10 years. Trust me. Watu wafikangi 10. Hii space ni kama inaitwangaje air hostess. Ukianza tu kubit, madam, itabidi tumepata someone younger, because the younger generation are always coming to take over. There's always the younger people. As you've heard, someone said we are 2,500. So imagine out of 2,500, mbona leo Bobby ndo amechaguliwa kujaongelesha? Because there's something I've been doing right? And all glory goes to God. So you have to know what direction you're going to take. Stick to that direction. Remember what you're chasing. Remember what your end goal is. And chase after that. Be smart with it. Choose what works for you. Don't also end up marketing brands that you don't believe in. Kama mi kuna simu fulani. Juzi nilibiwa iPhone 17. Na niuma hadi sahi na mtu wa bike. Na hata sikuwa nimemaliza 1 month nayo. Nilikuwa nimeambia Mungu finally. Nimetoka block. I was feeling myself. Finally. Kutoka kutumia simu za rubber band. Unajua nyisi, some of you are Gen Zs, you all don't know how battery ilikuwa inashikanishwa na rubber band huko nyuma. Ndo upige. Na charger ni universal charger. Those days. Lazima utoe battery ndo uweke hivyo. So I was feeling myself and it got stolen, right? And I kept on asking myself, wow. The whole cycle starts again. So you have to also remember what you're putting your value in as yourself, and you have to keep on pushing and pushing and pushing and chasing greatness. Unajua, it's just a matter of time. Even as I've said, I've won 21 awards, but ukiniangalianga muka ni kama si feel ni kama nimefanya kitu bado. You know. And for me the end goal is winning an Oscar. That's what I've set my mind to always for the last 10 years. How am I going to get to that level, despite what other people are saying? So you have to, as a creator, you have to navigate your own space, know the direction you want to go to, make a plan for yourself, align yourself with the right people who share the right mindset with you, right? So many content creators, I can tell you for one, I only have like 2 friends in the industry. Julius Wololo, the comedian, and Samiro. And because we've known each other, tumetoka kitambo, tumejuana kitoka kitambo. Because even as you come into this industry, remember, the wrong crowd will feel jealous for you. You don't need people who will feel jealous around you. You need people who will clap for you, who will be there to also point out your wrongs. Because fame ikona, you ingiza tu kiburi. When people now start coming ati tupige picha, acha nikwambie, hapo ndo wale watu walikuwa wanajifanya. You'll see people and the money is coming in and you have that little fame. That's where you see people's true colors. Sai mtu agusiki, mtu ashiki simu, manze no, unajua mambo ya spinach, ugali no bro, what's that, omena, bro nah, may do shrimp, seafood, ni kama omena si seafood, but anyway, you get the point. So please protect yourself, protect your light. It's gonna be up down, right? And learn, lastly, what I can tell you is learn another skill. Content creation isn't enough. Sasa, it isn't enough. Luckily, as I said, my background is in film. So najua kutumia camera, najua kuedit. So hizo 6 months when I was not getting job this year, Bobby, please can you shoot for me? Yes. Bobby, please can you write for me a concept? Yes. Bobby, please can you edit my video? Yes. Right? So you need other skills that are supplement because it's a roller coaster. Don't be lied to. It's not at every day brands, no. There are days when those brands won't be there and no one is going to see you. Right? So you need something that itakunini. Ndo landlord usimwambia ati kuna deal na ngoja ivane, nipe tu dakika kidogo ndakusort, no. Right? And enjoy doing it. Have fun doing it. Don't treat it as a job. When you start treating it as a job, it becomes stressful. And remember, in the content creation space, you're using your mind. Your mind is your office. So pia, your mind get kuna wear and tear that you don't normally see, right? There's a lot of wear and tear. So take breaks to rejuvenate your mind. Because it really is, Musema, if there are people who are depressed and go through so much, but they don't speak as creatives because the attack is in the mind. And when your mind is not okay, you can't be able to deliver. So enjoy the space, have fun in the space, and then remember what you're chasing. Because it's ni marathon. Kitu moja tu asidanganye, it's a marathon. So it will take time to build a name and a brand, but once you do, then you're off. You're off to go. Sasa, some people mean ilichukua 3 months. I know mtu kama Julius ilichukua 5 years, but you have to stick to the plan. Until, if that's what you feel, stick to the plan. Akunanga option A, option B, ni option A peke yake. Ikikosa kuwork, we don't know. Sasa, so yeah, thank you very much for having me. My name is Bobby Jr. Asante.
Nothing that comes easy. One thing I've picked from him, and it's something that I keep hearing people saying, even the group head, International Equity, let me mention, he keeps saying, the other titles, nitaeka kando, but we have a footballer in the house, a very professional footballer. But the other day he said he needs another skill. So Bobby, that one was what I picked, and we need to pick that. You may be an artist, a musician, a filmmaker, an actress like Jonita, but she also has other skills for us to survive. The young man from the CBD, he's a photographer. I didn't know he's into fashion. So it's about the diversity. So thank you so much, Bobby. I'm going to call Bonnie Mwali on stage. I know there was a bit of confusion, yes. I'm sorry about that, to give a certain report. And then we go to Fiona. Yeah, I don't know. There was a bit of a mix-up on that. Yeah, it's okay.
stayed beyond the time they had intended to be here. I'll just quickly talk through this presentation to give the highlights. But before I do that, I think I was very interested by something in different capacities. When I started out as, I was A&R, which is artist and repertoire, managing a music for an artist called Modoni, the drama queen. Is anyone here familiar with MDQ? Yeah. So I worked with MDQ from 2009 to 2018. First running her brand and also setting up Blankets and Wine as a festival. And a lot of that time, the growth I saw not only in Blankets and the work that we were doing, but in the ecosystem is exactly what Bobby was describing here. To grow from an artist who is earning maybe, I don't know, 10,000 shillings per gig to 800K a month, something has to change. Something has to happen for that to translate. Where are you putting in the value for you to be seen by the people who are working in this space as someone who's valuable? And for me, the time I've spent working in this space, moving from working with artists themselves, but also working with institutions that do this for artists, is what has informed this piece of work I'm about to share with you. It's an academic study, a white paper that sort of brings together the insights from some recent work I've been doing. Some of you might have interacted with it through a program called the UK-Kenya Season. It was an exchange program between Kenyan artists and artists in the UK, the objective of which was to foster those collaborations, international collaborations between practitioners in this space. Through that program, the British Council, which is the organization I was working with at that time, disbursed more than 250 million Kenya shillings into the pockets of artists directly through grants, through events, and through different initiatives. A lot of my work in that process centered a lot on gathering the insights, looking at what is working, how are we moving the needle, how are we enabling these enterprises to grow from a solo venture to something that has market potential. And it also links quite closely to my academic research. I'm currently doing my master's studies at the Department of Diplomacy and International Studies in the University of Nairobi, with a focus on the AFCFTA and what it does for this sector. So this presentation is a combination of all these things I've spoken about. So please indulge it in that perspective. And okay, we have this thing here. Let's see if it works. Okay, there we go. So global perspective, big, beautiful numbers, right? Actually means 2.3 trillion global value. In Africa, we are playing in 200 billion. We're a very small market. Like, we're, our size of the pie is, needs a lot of work to grow to where everyone else is. Just before this, we were having a conversation with one of the distributors for music, who'll be here a little later. And she was telling me about their work in Latin America. If you've interacted with the Latin America music reports, it's the growth in that region is tremendous. Africa has a lot of work still to do to get there. And for me, what I'm interested in is why? Why are we in this position? And what do we need to do about it? For Kenya, I think someone spoke about this earlier as well. We're an 800 billion Kenya shillings market. Currently, our allocation in the budget is 800 million from government as well. Rather from government directly. But there is what we need to do to unlock more of the value that is not being realized. The starting point is in these GDP reports that the State Department for Trade and other agencies put out from time to time. The most recent one says we contribute as a sector 5%. But where it's interesting is that we have room to grow to 10% by 2030. And there's a path for us to get to that, which will make us actually the fastest growing sector within the Kenyan economy. And it's realistically the only sector that can achieve this level of growth in Kenya. 10% growth annually, it's not a small thing for an industry to do. And the reason for that is because it's something that appeals to young people. It's what a lot of our cousins and relatives and siblings are interested in. So there is need to grow that and to drive it. 4 reasons why that is happening. We have digital connectivity, we have an ecosystem that works, we have young people, and we are considered a hub for the continent. So I will jump through these more detailed sections because I don't think we have time to go through it considering we have a panel conversation to have. But I want to frame the conversation that we are going to have with the rest of the panel shortly around these 3 areas on what is it that we need to be doing? What are we supposed to be concerned with as far as unlocking that growth that we have described? What are we supposed to be doing for us to get there? For me, that's the most important thing because all these things that we say, when we were running the program I mentioned earlier, the objective in that program was to see growth for the creative economy. The way that works in the developed world usually is through programs like grants, right? A lot of us, I'm sure here, have been beneficiaries of grants. But these grants are designed to serve a certain purpose. So if I'm working with an organization that is offering you a grant as an artist, that is informed by an understanding that this grant is going to unlock a certain economic value, which then enables the provider of that grant to also gain some either social impact or other sort of economic benefits from that investment. I think that's the premise for me that we need to consider, that nothing is for free. Even when you receive a grant, you have to be aware that this grant is supposed to enable you to do something that from that sort of investment that you have received, you can translate it into some economic benefit. One of the projects we supported through this program last year was a digital innovation solution which designs tourism experiences. So if you go into Karura Forest, you're able to get a tour of Karura Forest using wireless headphones, and it takes you on a journey of the Mau Mau in the forest. You listen to that story playing on your headsets. It's become such a profound model that now the Kenya Tourism Board has adopted that experience as a signature Kenya experience, which means now tourists coming from all over the world visiting Kenya as a tourist, they will be able to pinpoint that as an experience that they want to have, pre-book it, and pay for it, and at a premium value. So this was a concept, an idea that someone came up with at a very basic scale, but that has now grown to become a model that hopefully will create a lot of opportunities for many others. When we started with this particular project, there was just a handful of people working on it. Now the team has grown substantially. There's a lot more people working on this particular venture. And I think that's the conversation also we as people working in the creative sector need to be thinking of across these three pillars. Within the foundations that we are setting, in terms of where the investment is going, and scaling what is already existing, how are we creating jobs? Because in this day and age, anything that that you're doing as a business, especially where partnerships and investments are concerned, has to be translating into employability and job creation. So I think we as people who are working in the creative industry, again, going back to what Bobby said, need to be thinking about, if you are a filmmaker, are you mapping how many people are working on your film project to be able to say that in this one film that you have produced, 30 people took bread back home out of that project? If you're a crafts maker, like what we have here, the group that is making these products, how many people are involved in that chain from where they are sourcing the raw materials to the processing to the distribution of the products and how it gets to the end user? I think the language of what we are doing as an industry needs to shift from asking for, we simply want grants, to we are creating jobs. We are the largest employer of young people in this country. And that is currency that we need to be entering these conversations with. And if you quantify that in practical terms, you will end up at these primary areas. That number one, we need the right policies. There are a total of 7 policy documents sitting in government. And I think the challenge to the government practitioners who are here is how we can push through these policies, creative economy bill, film bill, culture bill, all these pending bills. There are 5 bills, and there's 2 also, one policy paper, one policy document at least, and 1 strategy, which are all touching on the work that we are all doing here. There are real benefits which I will speak to, and I think now I'll just read through the notes I had prepared so that we can move this forward. But I think the challenge here and what we're asking the government representatives here is, could we see those bills come into fruition to achieve these specific objectives? Number one is we need to set up a fund, a creatives fund. We've had this debate for dog years about the Sports, Arts and Social Development Fund and what it's supposed to do and what it doesn't do. But I think that dedicated allocation of funding resources to creatives is necessary. There's previous studies that have been done that for every 1 shilling you put in a creative venture, you get back 1 shilling and 50 cents. Yeah. Very few businesses have that return on investment, that you get 150% back from your investment. So it informs the logic that if you put capital, if you put investment, especially at government level where there's a lot of social impact that is derived from such an initiative, the returns are measurable in, in first of all, economic terms, especially in this context of exports, but also in the jobs that would be created. So in specific terms, I think this is one of the things that we need to really push for, to have a dedicated fund, and that fund should be administered by, I think we have already also had these conversations at certain level, and it's provisioned for in the Creative Economy Support Bill and other support bills, for us to have a council that is spearheading these conversations, a council drawn from different players within the sector. There's a proposal to have an officially mandated Creative Economy Council. So I think this is the institution that we need to all be thinking about. How does DCCAK and CAMP, how do we come together and have a jointed sort of committee that is then spearheading this bills to get passed? And I think we have heard that there is already goodwill at the highest levels of government from what the PS said yesterday. It's just up to us to put the house together and come forward with a proposal that is sort of practical and deliverable. The other thing is on intellectual property, but I think Angela already touched on that in great detail, so I won't go back to that again. There's also a lot of need for measurement, so statistical reports, because in the world of development funding and international partnerships, what is not measured cannot be funded. If you cannot quantify what it is that you've been doing, what it is that you do as a group, or as an establishment, as a venture, then there's no resources that can flow towards that approach. So I think as a sector, as a sort of practitioners in this space, we need to collaborate to generate reports that are informed by practitioners, because what often ends up happening is we get insights and reports that are generated from, I don't want to quote sources, but we get reports that are not a true reflection of what is happening on the ground. So there's that need to collaborate and exchange data and synthesize this into reporting that is actually accurate and clear, and that is informed by the real position of people who are doing the work. What are your challenges? What are the opportunities? What needs to happen? And present that in front of the right people. Through the Creatives Connect Africa platform, for example, I support Judy as vice chair of Creatives Connect Africa, East Africa. And we've been invited graciously to join an initiative for the development of the digital services export strategy. And what this is seeking to do is to formulate a policy, a framework through which we as practitioners in the creative economy can export what the products and services that we do, we create through digital channels. The only way to inform that process meaningfully is through having, insights and reports that are a true reflection. I can speak to what I know and what my business does as a practitioner in this space, but that might not be a reflection of your experience, doing something else in the space. So just to think about how we can coalesce all these different insights into reporting that is accurate and measurable. And then there's also a need for investment. I might have touched on this a little bit earlier. Those numbers I shared earlier, when you break them down, music and audio productions, for us to get to the figures that we are talking about, there's about $120 million that needs to be invested. But if you put in $120 million, you're getting back 180 million US dollars. It's just good business. So I think the language for investors is you need to put the capital where the need is and where the return is clear. I think when we get into the distribution conversation, we'll unpack what this means. But in quantifiable numbers, the research that I have seen talks about this as the actual amounts that are needed to unlock the targets that we have for 2030. So music and audio, we need investments of up to 120 million US dollars. For film and TV, 75 million US dollars. We also are talking about fashion and design, need for capital of up to 70 million US dollars. Crafts and handicrafts, there's need to raise capital of 50 million US dollars. Collectively, we're speaking about like $500 million US dollars that someone needs to generate so that people who are doing work in this sector can actually make a profit, because unless you have capital, also these conversations become endless. We become in a perpetual cycle of where's the money? How do we make money? How can I as a musician make money out of what I'm doing? We're happy and glad to see people like Equity Bank and other financial service providers coming into this space. Again, informed a lot because government has said this is now a priority area. So private sector, go and take your money there. So how do we have conversations with the people who have this money that we are talking about, because it exists, and how do we ensure that it gets to the people who are working in these spaces? Finally, I think for the government as well, the aspect of de-risking is important. I think to the fund I was talking about, for that to function and for practitioners, creatives to actually be able to access those resources, the element of risk is always the challenge. We're always told that creative works do not have physical infrastructure. They don't work from a physical office. You don't own land. You don't have physical assets, so you don't have access to credit. There's a need for government, again, to de-risk those gaps in terms of financing. I think from what I've seen, there are conversations on how intellectual property can enable that. But it sounds good when you hear these conversations in a room on paper. The question is whether it actually results in any meaningful impact. I know the Kenya Bankers Association has been working on something to ensure that you as a creative, if you go to the banks, they will recognize your piece of paper that says you own a brand that has 1 million followers. But if we're being honest to ourselves, that is, it's not a very, it has not resulted in the outcomes that we have hoped it would. In the last 15 years I've worked in this space. So I think the real impact and the real benefit would come if through these government mechanisms there can be an element of de-risking where there is maybe blended finance, where if you have a project, I think MSEA already are doing something similar through the cooperative framework, and they'll speak about that when they come on. But solutions like that are specifically designed for the creative sector are necessary, where you can apply for funding through maybe an association. Some of it would either be given as grants or as debt, but it is within a body of practitioners that know each other, and it would be channeled through government agencies, because this, government has ways of ensuring that whatever is extended to its people is protected for whatever investors there are. So I think things like a fund that is purposely structured for this initiative would reduce that element of risk. But that does not stop anyone also who is privately interested in doing this independently. One of my mentors in this space runs a center not too far from here called Current Village. It's just down the road from here. And they do this in their individual capacity as a business, as an establishment. You go there and, if they like your project, you can rent space almost for free and work from there until your business has achieved scale. And at some point you have the conversation about, okay, how do we go about you paying rent for this facility that you're using? And many other ways. There's many other examples of how this works, but primarily this has to be led by government. They're the only institution that has the ability, and also when you look at what it has done for other markets. I've worked with cultural organizations from several European countries. Most of them create these packages deliberately to benefit the creatives in their country, in their home. So those grants might reach you as a creative here in Kenya in one way or another, but you're not the intended beneficiary. The intended beneficiary is the practitioner at home who is creating something that adds value to their society. It just happens that maybe what you're doing and what they're doing are similar. And I think for us, as Kenyans and across Africa, we need to start also having that conversation. How do we also create similar platforms, similar programs? If you look at the Kenya Foreign Policy document, for example, it speaks about setting up a Ken Walibora Institute, which is meant to be a cultural vehicle that offers grants to practitioners in the creative space for this purpose. That has been on a policy document for the last maybe 3 or 4 years. It's time to, if we actually had an institution like that is resourced through government, the benefits to creatives would be real and would be felt in a tangible way, especially where we're talking about scale and consolidation, because that is where the sort of the small challenges we have as creatives in this space, they can be solved very easily through small funding instruments that can be channeled through those vehicles. So I think I want to stop there because it's a Friday afternoon, it is 4 p.m. It's a very boring document, but I've put a lot of work into it, and I would welcome anyone who would like to have a conversation about it. I'll be around here, and I think the outcome that we're hoping this will produce is that we start to shape the policy in this space for it to benefit the people who especially are coming after what we have already done. Like I said, I've worked in the creative space for 15 years. I've done what I feel could be done for creatives, but there's a bigger group that is behind us, what we're calling Gen Zs, who, I think the foundations that the people who have been in the creative industry, the likes of Angela and others, the foundations that they have created and established, they need now to translate into real impact and benefit for the Gen Zs and the younger practitioners in this space. So I'm hoping that through this process, through CCA, and we are lucky that AFCFTA offers an opportunity to do that. It's very timely. It's a moment. It's not. It's that thing about the right time to do something, when the timing is right. So we just happen to be alive at a time when AFCFTA is happening and it's being implemented. So it's upon us to do these things we are talking about within this opportunity, so that we don't miss the chance to actually benefit from the large markets, 1.4 billion people working within this framework. It's attractive to all these levels, to government, to investors, to you as an individual. If you are operating within such a policy environment, the benefits will translate and will be felt. But it has to be supported by the right policy frameworks. So I will stop there for now and maybe invite Msea. My perspective is very academic, but they are practically already doing the work that we're speaking about. So I think I'll invite the representative from SEA to come and speak about what they are actually doing that is related.
Shalala. I'm not here to bore you with so many details and whatever, yeah? I'll just go straight to the point because we've had a bit of questions here and there to clarify on exactly what we do as at MSEA. One of our mandate is to register businesses, micro and small enterprises. We do onboarding from our registrar of MSMEs. How do you do that? Just go to eCitizen, search for MSEA, Micro and Small Enterprises Authority. You just follow the prompts. It's very easy, actually. It's a very easy process that you can follow and you're able to register your business. I think one of the things that we've learned in these sessions is that our digital economy and what you're doing can stand as a brand and as a business. Don't just own it as I, Wairimo. Sorry, I forgot to say my name. I'm Wairimo Maina. So you can actually go and register your business in whatever that you're doing. So come, register at Micro and Small Enterprises Authority and take advantage of our programs. We run a lot of programs. That's why we've been invited here in terms of capacity building. And as a digital economy that has been recognized by the current government as one of the key drivers in the better agenda. We know that, right? We know that digital economy is part of the better agenda for this government, and they are very key about it. So that's why we are saying, just come and register so that you learn what is happening. Also follow us on our social platforms so that you're not left out in case there are projects and programs that are going on. After you register, then you have association. I've learned that there's a digital association that is here. You need to be a minimum of 35 when you're registering at the MSEA platform, which you've said that it's done on eCitizen. For you as a person, it will just cost you 150 shillings. Yeah? For your association, it will cost you 550. So it's not an expensive affair. Come register so that you're not left out of this government project as they come. And one of the inquiries that we've gotten is about the project that is currently running, and it's about to close in just about a week, that as an association that you can take advantage of, the KJET, Kenya Economic Transformation Program. Yeah? What is this project about? It's targeting clusters, associations, and cooperatives that must have been in existence for at least 2 years, registered, and not necessarily that they are registered at MSEA. You can be registered wherever it is that you're operating in your particular economy. If it's a dairy, textile, rice, coffee, it has to be registered that it's operating and it is working. What I was mentioned yesterday, and I know that's why we are interested, is because some of us have gone through the website and what it requires, because it's particular on products. What about us as a creative economy? How does it apply? That's why it also says that clusters in other sectors may be considered if whatever it is that we are doing aligns with the project. So what you're saying is it does not take any harm to just go and apply as a digital associations. Okay? So don't shy away, Joanne. Pick your people. I'm sure you're about 50 people, right? In the association. Yeah? 1300. Oh, okay. So you actually qualify the basic minimum. Don't shy away. Just look at the website, see the requirements, and just do the application, because it may be considered. And we might get this equipment that we require to grow our business. Okay. Let me just take a question. I said I don't want to bore you with many details. Anyone with a question? And you're also telling our exhibitors that even us, if you have a unique art that you're offering, right now we have open spaces for the Nairobi Trade Fair. We sponsor people, we give you spaces, and you just come and exhibit your products. We have the East African Trade Fair that will be happening in Rwanda later on in the year. So if you have unique art that you want to export, please take advantage of these opportunities. And we'll link you up on how to apply for these exports and many others that we do, just to create markets for the micro and small enterprises. We're trying to expand this economy as much as we can. We get it? We have any question? No. All right. Thank you so much, Judy. You just need to pay for the entry, maybe to the trade fair, but for the space you don't pay. If it's the international trade fairs, we'll transport your goods, and then you'll cater for the rest, for your accommodation and food. Yeah? But you carry your wares on your behalf.
Mimi program imenirudia. Also to mention, we have energy drinks. If you feel ni kama throat, you need some energy. Pale nyuma, there's some Monster, there's some soda. Kuna cocktail. Cocktail tutaifungua 5:30. Hatutaki watu anze, yeah? So if you feel ile ni kama unataka kakitu, there's something behind there. Host back on stage, please take your program, sababu.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't want to keep people bored and everything, but
I've met them in such presence. So I'm very glad to have been part of this.
thank you so much, because this is one person yesterday who was so
but the creatives don't have the information. So how are you planning to work with the creatives to share that information out there? You can also pinpoint creatives here when you wanna do the information out.
How we can come together and not just talk on different, like we're different sectors, yeah? So what you're doing as a government is speaking one voice from one platform. If we're able to hack that, it's been worked on right now. If you're able to hack that, then this information will be easy to disseminate. In the meantime, just follow all the social media platforms for the organization. Then you'll be able to get this information because it's always put out there. We've also realized that we cannot keep being in the office. We need to be in the digital space. Asante.
Asante sana, Madam Wairimo, for that. I would... for her to highlight why it was necessary for her to make this trip and actually attend this masterclass. So the founder of Afrika Films Productions, Miss Fiona.
From Uganda, founder of Afrika Films Production. It's very new, as you see, me, very young. I'm really grateful for this opportunity to come here to join the Kenyans. And I'm very grateful that I'm the first Ugandan to witness the first edition in East Africa, Kenya. I came, you know, besides the opportunity and just traveling, I saw the opportunity cost. Like, why do I have to come? So when I calculated, I felt like it's worth it. And I thank God I have got families here in Kenya, so I do not need to panic. Anytime I come to Kenya, I know I have a family. Initially, I had only one person, that is Joanta. We met at Africa Monologue Challenge in Uganda, at Uganda Communication Commission. Because we shared the nickname, we are both Jojos and we had the same necklaces, we connected spiritually till now, 2 years down the road. And I said the road favors the traveler. It is very important to connect with people in this creative space. You can't make a film alone. Film requires a lot of people. You have people at the camera, behind the lenses, and then you have the actors, and then even the post-production, you need people. So it's something you have to do more than 10 people. And I thank God, if I ever need to do a film, if Fika comes here to do a film in Kenya, the promised land. I'm sure one day I'll come and ask for her place. Yeah. And besides being passionate, growing up, I didn't see myself being into film because of African parents. Like, no one is going to allow you to do films. So I'm a teacher professionally. However, I did business management, but I ended up being a teacher because I love babies. So on addition of that, that's when I became a model. Also, I think Kenya is home because I've been modeling from here way back when I was still a model, and then I shifted. Indeed, creative, apart from being a creative, you have to have like a lot of skills. So if I'm not modeling, I'm into acting. If not acting, I'm doing script brainstorming. If not that, I'm in class teaching babies of 3-4 years. That's Fiona. Fiona Mpabwa. Mpabwa, it's a family name. Fiona, it's Fiona Abwold Mpabwa. Mpabwa is, Abwold is the government name. About this, I'm so grateful about this masterclass. Really, it's impactful, and I'm grateful to Madame Jude. I don't know. From the start, when I saw Jojo's status, I felt like I had to attend this. So I went, I got a number, it was her number. Then I disturbed her a lot. Even at 10 p.m., this has failed, try this, try that. I'm really grateful, and thank God I'm here. Yeah, I have a lot of things to take back home to Uganda. And I will do the same if we ever host such in my home country. For God and my country, Uganda.
Isha saa 4, msikuwe na wasiwasi. So you have all the time, but I wanted to recognize this so that it's put part of the program. So back to the host.
All right. Before we get into our panel discussion, ningependa tusimame tafadhali kidogo, let's stretch. Ndio hii interaction Judy ulikuwa unataka niongee na watu. Okay, so my co-host Iwoton is coming to the stage pia.
I hope you're all feeling amazing this beautiful evening, and we've had an amazing time here at Creatives Connect Africa. We'll have a little mini hype before we get back to the panelists right now. I hope you're all excited. Just kidogo to just get the hype up, because it's going to be like some amazing serious stuff being spoken about right now. I will introduce Legit on stage to help us with that. It's a Friday. I hope you're all excited for a little bit of a mini hype so that you can get started and get ready for the panelists that are coming on stage. DJ, give me something.
Millennials.
Yes.
Nameless is celebrating 25 years.
Best yako mnulie pia nae. Mtu akileta noma hapa pikana nae. Manzi akileta maringo jo achana nae. Kuta mwingine mwambie nipe nawe. Keep kibao tosinkazie we safi twende ndani ya ndai manze bora usiwe mtaro aise nameless John nisikia na yake bali mkazie itabidi mmetumia tuma sachet Kenya officially iliwafanya drinking nation na kila Friday Joe wangani vacation kuchoma nyama ndio kitu ya kwanza ushibe vipoki ugali ndio siwake haraka kuchoma maini ndio kitu ya pili
wait I'm not seeing people dance Niku it is hey you guys are not acting like it's Friday bana nini
Ni kama saa 10 ya jioni kuna kitu inasumbua rohoni niko job niko ndani ya ofisi and I'm feeling kind of uneasy ninaanza kuperspirate veins zangu zinavasodilate I seem to be allergic to something or something is allergic to me najaribu kucommunicate na my friends lakini hata my SMS haziendi naangalia nje ya dirisha magari ndizo hizo pampa hata mdosi ajisikii na kazi madem wote ofisi wamevaa minisketi kwani no nini today it is okay
wait you guys know this chorus it is ni Friday it is okay Thank you so much for participating. Sijui kama mtaserereka zaidi once the bar is open. But we're creatives. We're on 24/7. Don't need any substances to enhance the vibe. I'll see you. All right. So I'm going to introduce Laura from the Lamb Sisterhood, LAM. She's going to tell us more about that to moderate this panel session. She will also introduce the panelists on stage. Karibu sana. Round of applause for Laura tafadhali.
Thank you so much. And I needed that hype session, especially after the lunch and the heat. My body was feeling it. Let's do a quick breathing exercise. Deep breath in. And then go. Okay, 2 more times. Deep breath in. Go. And then now let the last one out with sound. So deep breath in. One more time, but a bit louder so that the neighbors can hear. Deep breath in. And exhale. Okay, that was a bit better. Not so much better, just a bit better. At least we've moved our bodies a little bit, isn't it? So as she mentioned, my name is Laura Ekumbo. I am co-founder, co-director of the Lamb Sisterhood. We are a story company. We've existed for about 7 years. And I'm excited to be moderating this panel discussion because this is a problem that we have chosen not to solve. But that doesn't mean we don't have many questions about it. And the problem is distribution. When I finally made my art, when I finally made the thing that I want to go out into the world to, whichever audience you want it to go out to, who's going to help me do that? What should I be asking them? How am I going to hold space for myself as an artist to make sure that I'm not being exploited? And to make sure that I'm getting the most value out of the agreement that I have with the distributors and everybody who's helping me get to the audiences that I'm hoping to reach. How many of you have questions about distribution? I can see a couple of hands, 3 hands. So we will have time for those questions. Please hold on to them. And for anybody who doesn't have questions now, pay attention to the people who will be joining me on stage shortly. Their expertise. Feel free to ask the question in this forum because you will find that your question, somebody else has the same question. So ask so that we can all benefit, please, 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 okay? Okay, so I'd like to invite 4 wonderful humans onto the stage with me. Karibu Judy. Yes, let's clap for Judy. Karibu sana. You've seen Judy a lot today. Yes, energy, yay, whoops. Karibu, karibu, sorry. And Safia, karibu Safia. Thank you, whoopers. And Boniface, karibu Boniface, who you've also seen on the stage. So you've gotten to know him a little bit better. You'll get to know him a little bit better. And finally, Cynthia. As we were preparing for this conversation, we had insights from Sammy Reri, who's been around. He's representing the sponsors today, Equity. And I think what we'll do, Sam, is we'll loop you into the conversation based on time, just because you had such valuable insights on the money side of it. Okay, so do we have an extra microphone, or actually two, please? Can we have two microphones up here? While they're coming up, I'll pass this microphone down. I'd just like for you to introduce yourself to the audience. Tell us a bit about how you entered the creative industry and what role you play when it comes to distribution and market access. Sawa sawa. Tumesikia swali. Somebody has moved themselves to the end of the line so they can think for long. It's okay, you're allowed. Okay, Cynthia.
My name is Cynthia. As I was introduced, and we're in over 40 countries globally. In Africa, we're in 8 countries, including Nigeria and Kenya, where we have an office. We started in Kenya in 2022. We have over 8,000 artists in our roster in Kenya alone. So you can imagine how much more we have in Africa and globally. How I entered the creative sector? Well, music, I think I've always been music adjacent. I really wanted to sing, but we're not all blessed. However, I've worked in industries or with companies that were music adjacent. I started out working for an audiovisual company that's become one of the biggest audiovisual companies in Kenya. I was working with a music studio, working independently with artists, and that journey has led me here to working with an RPM, where I'm a project manager. What that means is I work with artists when they have rollouts, when they have releases. I help them come up with marketing plans. And basically, my job is to make sure that once an artist has music out, we try and get it as far as it can go, get as much exposure as possible, but more importantly, to drive as many streams as possible, because we're a digital company and our role is to get music onto digital streaming platforms. So we want to make sure we get as many streams as possible for the releases for our artists. Did I answer all the questions?
Wonderfully, thank you, Cynthia.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Safia Abdi. Mental health space. I'm a coach, and I do a lot of leadership development. I've worked a lot in that space, whether it's with youth or even entrepreneurs. But where I started out as maybe a groupie in the creative space, mostly to use art as a healing modality. I do a lot of work with artists to kind of create immersive experiences. We do sound healings with DJs, rituals with coffee artists and things like that. What ended up being something that really supported me in my own journey ended up being something that I'm really using now to give back. So I find myself on a lot of panels as an ecosystem developer. I co-founded a platform with Coda called the Industry Socials, and I'm continuing that journey to essentially support not only sharing, but also how do creatives create solutions for creatives so that we can ensure we continue to collaborate and not work in the silos we keep complaining about, and come together and create solutions for each other. So I'm really honored to be on this panel, and thank you for having me.
A round of applause for Safia. Thank you. Today, and but we trust her that much. Whatever she'll share is useful. My name is Boniface Moli. I support the Creatives Connect Africa initiative as vice chair. My background is in communication. I practiced as a journalist for many years. And I currently am doing a fellowship with the Italian trade agency. It's called Labinova Luca Atanasio. The focus of my fellowship is on ICT and what ICT could do for young people. And that is really where a lot of my attention and focus is at the moment, to bring these projects to scale through the partnerships and expertise that I have acquired over the years. Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you so much, the panelists, my fellow panelists. My name is Judishila Mogo. I sit here under two capacities. I'm the Director of Content at Pulse East Africa. For now, we have Kenya, Uganda, but we still work around East Africa. And again, I'm the interim chairperson for the Creatives Connect Africa. That's the East Africa region. Before now, we go to Uganda. And again, I'm also a psychologist. I know most of you didn't know that by profession. I'm so happy because how I began understanding the creative industry, it's because of our Pulse Influencer Awards, which is an award that cuts across the Pan-African atmosphere, and that is our 6 markets. So Pulse, we have 6 markets. We have the West Africa market, which is Nigeria, Ghana. Those are the West Africa markets. And then we have the Francophones, that's Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire. And then we have the East African hub, that's Kenya, Uganda. So that's how I've been able to work closely with the creatives in the industry. I've seen the impact, I've seen the growth, we've awarded them. Now it's time to make them make money and more money. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Hold on to that microphone.
Thank you.
A lot of your work is in the realm of digital platforms, right?
Yes.
And we've heard from Bob. Tell you. People don't tell you. And I'm curious, now that we know what kind of value can be assigned to a one reel. I didn't know a reel can make you 100,000.
Yes.
How do you support creatives in packaging themselves so that when they reach that digital platform, they've received the money they should from the work they've done, and they reach the right audiences, not only for the purpose of whatever they're trying to communicate, but to grow their brand?
Thank you. So just to mention about our brand, Pulse, we have the numbers. So what we've done, we've given more of visibility, and that's how we work closely. The audiences that we have across Africa, and that's why we are here today, and that's why we even had Madam Pierce, because the conversation we had with her is, how can we now trade this work? As you can hear, now we have Fiona here. I also work with a team in Uganda, and one thing I've seen, it's because these young people, they want collaboration, which is also a key thing that we're doing. Even when we're doing these activities since yesterday, we have a collaboration between CCA, our channels, our socials, and Pulse, and word has gotten out there. So one thing that I'm happy about, it's even the people who saw what was happening yesterday, they've seen the opportunity and they're here. So that is basically our work. And making the money, just to mention, we also have an agency which exposes some of these young people to our clients. And you even find our clients see that we're working with a certain personality, can be Bobby, we work with other personalities, and they reach out to us because they want to do campaigns with them. So it's a whole ecosystem. So we've given them the visibility. That's the key thing that we've given them, and we sell them out there. And we give them the space. And that's why even for Cynthia, she can attest. Every time she's calling, texting Judy, we have a project, can we collab on your socials? So we have that, we have the numbers, and that's what is making us move and selling them out there.
Beyond just music distribution, it's not enough for you to just get your music onto a digital streaming platform. You need to be able to market it. And now platforms or ecosystems like what Pulse does is very essential for an artist, because yes, your music is out there, but how are people going to hear about it? because so many other people have their music there. So how will you stand out? So it's all part of an ecosystem where we work together to help build visibility for artists, because they're building careers, and we're here in the back trying to help them get as far as they can go.
Thank you. Even to mention why I'm the interim chairperson. Supports the initiative today. They were so amazed that Pulse is a Pan-African institution that cuts across the 6 markets, and especially the awards. They were so amused that these awards happen the same day across Africa. That was the amusement, because now that's the intertrade that we need across the ecosystem. Thank you.
You for reminding me I had an assignment too. So, topic of distribution and working in the space of just mindset, firstly, right? I mean, out of curiosity, when you first got into your creative careers, did you think that you'd also have to be an entrepreneur? Show of hands. Okay, so almost nobody knew that they were about to start an enterprise, right? And what happens when you start focusing on having to, what happens when you start focusing on having to build a business, right? All of the things that inspired you to become this creative and share what I often call, like if you look at a garden around you, the fruits and the flowers of why you exist, you start thinking so much about how am I gonna feed my roots? I forget I have something here that I'm meant to grow, right? And it's really challenging, right? Creatives are not meant to be entrepreneurs. We're here to support people on their healing journeys, right? To inspire them. When you think about COVID, you were behind closed doors. What did we do? We learned how to cook meals. We painted, right? We hung out in our gardens and we consumed things that people were creating, right? But yet we take that so much for granted. And so I really want to remind everybody in the room, firstly, that as much as you have to learn how to distribute your work, you know, if that's the focus, the creativity gets lost in that, right? And so how do we find the balance in that? And I think about that from the many careers of young artists I've worked with. We're in a very interesting time where when I first started working in this space, it was around 2014. And literally, we didn't even have anywhere to go other than Havana at that time, really. You know, I'd be like, where do I go to find music? It'd be Havana on Thursdays. I would wait the entire week to go and hang out with like people who understood that I loved hip hop music, for example. Side note, I used to dance and sing, so that's exactly why I would of like events and just our artists that are coming up that we almost don't know what to do, right? And so I realized that in all of that, like the most important part was community. And one of the reasons why we started the industry social platform with Coda is because a lot of creatives now are actually building ecosystems, right? If you think about the clubs that exist right now, you think about events that you go to, if you think about even now fashion brands, there's a new place in Riverside that Katouche, if you know Cut and Gulu, she's started a space that's a creative ecosystem and a hub. The mall in Westlands has Centuri and Zahabu on the rooftop. There's so many artists who are building ecosystems on their own. And so there's a new group of silos that has started, but those silos exist as a communities, right? And with generations, right? So I'm in the millennial category, but I've realized that I can also be I look like I'm a Gen Z, so I can bridge the gap between the two, but also with the knowledge that I have, right? And one of the biggest takeaways for me is one, don't underestimate the power of the community that helps you grow your fruits and flowers, right? Go find the garden that you're supposed to go and hang out with, because those are not only the people you're gonna collaborate with, they're also gonna be the people who feed you and nourish you and support your art, okay? Number one, don't underestimate that. Number two, is like you don't need to be codependent on somebody to distribute your work, right? Whether it's a platform or whether it's a person. So many people, especially in the DJ space, they're like, why can't I get an opportunity at that club? Why can't I get, why do they pay me so little? Why don't they ever respond to my email? Why do you need them? Why are they also your people, right? Take the power back. And remember that, like, if something keeps telling you no, it's not because you're not good enough. It's because that's not the space for you. There is, if you told any singer that, they would stop singing. There's always going to be somebody who wants to purchase, listen to, and support your art, right? So if you can't get on that platform, then build your own, right? And quite literally, you can. You are a brand, you are a person, you exist as an individual in this garden. Let people see you and hear you for what you are, right? You don't need them. Let them come to you. So that's kind of the way that I want people to kind of think about it today and leave you with. Thanks.
Judy is Washad.
Yeah,
And then
'cause
after that, I want to come to
also what Bobby said about opening the YouTube channel. So I concur with what Safia has said. We may have the numbers, we may have, but you guys, you have the power. Start. Yeah, she's put it so well. Every DJ is saying, oh, they can give me a platform. This is a platform. She came here and played, you see? So I'm so happy to echo that. Thank you so much, Safia.
Thank you, Judy. Absolutely. Which it's come up a couple of times. If you go on your own, you can go fast, but if you go together, you can go much, much further, which is why myself and my two co-directors, we are three of us, strengthening in numbers, decided to start a company, but we were very intentional about saying we wanted to grow not like this, because that's the fast route, and then the fall is just as fast, but to find some sustainability. To find some level ground that means I'm salaried as an artist. I never thought I would be able to say, as an artist, I am salaried. And that has come from collaborating, like Safia was mentioning. And for me personally, sticking to our lane and finding the right partners to help get our work to the audiences we want to get it to. And I want to come to you, Bonnie, on that specifically, because you mentioned how when you go to a distributor, one of the questions that we've gotten as an institution is, what audiences do you have? As if we should have already established those audiences. Our Instagram page has 200 followers. Bobby was talking about how many followers? 19K. Some people have 500K. I don't know, like astronomical figures, which congratulations to them. Me, I can't do that. What I can do is arm myself with the knowledge so that when I go to a distributor, I can show them the value of my idea, my work, and ask them to help me build that audience or to reach an already established audience. You mentioned that there's some misinformation with regard to the market, right? And in your experience working with MDQ, working with blankets, and then now going into academics with the research that you're doing, what key things or what questions, what things should artists be thinking about to arm themselves in those rooms with distributors? What questions should they be asking so that they're negotiating from a point of power and not exposing themselves to exploitation? Does that make sense?
Yep, it does. You need customers, right? For you to call yourself a business, if you make the thing for yourself, you're not able to sell to anyone, right? And you're not going to be able to make money. Money is in other people's pockets. So as a creative, your primary customer is the audience that you command in whatever form, or whether it's Instagram following or in your location where your shop is established. So knowing your audience, understanding your audience, and being able to define them with as much clarity as you can becomes a very powerful instrument for you as a business. I'm thinking of even my perspective as a journalist and how the media space has evolved over the years. When I started out in journalism, we were doing newspapers, print the newspaper on Sunday, sell it 5,000 copies. That's how the newspaper makes money. Now, that audience is no longer buying newspapers. They are on Instagram and Facebook and TikTok, which means Bobby has as much influence as Nation Media Group, for example, or a media platform in this day and age. So if you really understand those dynamics of who are your followers, and how have your followers changed? Because the person who was buying newspapers, in 2010 or 2015, is not the same person who is on TikTok today. Even if it's the same individual, their interests have changed, have evolved so significantly. So as an artist, as a creative, you have a responsibility to spend time to analyze that and define it and package it, either through a profile. For musicians, they have something called an EPK. So your EPK should highlight those numbers very clearly so that for anyone who is receiving this, they can immediately know this is someone I want to engage with. So this is one of the things I would do, for example, for MDQ back then, just package that into an EPK and take it in front of the people who are responsible for playing music on radio or scheduling interviews, or distributors like one RPM. So for you as an artist or a creative, let me not narrow it down to musicians only. Even if your business is to make crafts, you need to have that profile that defines who is your consumer, where are they located, what is their spending power, who is their market. As much as you can, and be able to present that in a coherent way, because then that tells the business that is likely to either purchase or distribute your platform what value you bring to the table. And it's a very small thing, and tends to get overlooked. People sometimes dismiss it as, who's going to read this thing anyway? But people do. The people that care and are interested in doing business with you will actually pay attention to the data that you package there. I hope that answers it.
Yes, it does. Cynthia is
very important points that any artist would be remiss to dismiss. We're in the age of intelligence. We can't avoid it. And that means that we have so much access to information. Now, what you do with that information is very important as an artist. And because, again, of this age of intelligence, artists have to evolve in how they market, in how they sell their music, in how they get to their audience. Because before, it used to be very easy. You put it on YouTube, or you have a physical product, you have a cassette. For those, I think I've just shown my age, I'm very sorry. You have a cassette or you have a CD, and you get people to buy it. You go stand on the street corner. They have no idea what your music is, but because you've told them, hey, I have this thing, and they'll sell it to you for a very cheap price, they'll get it. But in this age of information and intelligence, people can learn about you even before you sell the music, or you can define your story. You're like, hey, my name is Cynthia, and I'm an emo girl. I speak to the people who have dark thoughts and just sink into their feelings. That's the kind of music I make. If you like that kind of music, listen to me. You understand? You've already defined your audience right there. Because in this age of information, again, it's about finding your people. Who's going to respond to you? Why should they like you? What is it about you that they're going to connect with? And that's how, even for you as a brand, it's about, you have to think about this. Okay, so who are we speaking to? Who are we writing this for? Where are these people found? So how do I speak to them? How do I connect to them? And what you've said now also comes into play, because creatives get tired. Creatives get depressed because of this business stroke entrepreneur aspect that has come into it. And sadly, it's a necessary evil, because you can either choose to stay where you are, or you can choose to evolve and go further. But now you need to find a balance, which is where her wonderful work comes in. You need to be able to decompress. You need to be able to step back and breathe and say, okay, let me put that on pause. Let me take care of my mental health. Let me take care of me. Okay, now I can come back refreshed. I can come back ready to pursue this. Because as an artist, you're a brand. You're a business. What you have, what you're creating is a product. So how are you going to sell it? How are you getting it to your audience? You understand? So it's very, very important. And social media is a wonderful way to be able to define your audience. You can post with your 200 followers. It's just a matter of finding out, when they post this, what do they like? Also, when they do this kind of thing, this is what they like. When they post about this is what they like. You already have data that you can use, like, okay, so this is what they respond to. So let me try going this route or doing it this way and see how they like it. Or if I put things at this certain price point, oh, so that's what they like. But does that make sense for me financially? It doesn't? Okay, so maybe I should do a sale every now and then, or I package it in this way so that it makes sense for me financially while I'm also meeting my audience's needs. You understand? Right now, trying to appeal to the masses is not the smart move. The smart move is find your niche, find your audience, find your people. Then speak to those people and let those people become ambassadors for your brand, for your music, for your product, and they bring in even more people. That's why it doesn't matter whether you have 200 or 19,000. Because think about it. If you have 200 people who are seated here and they all want to buy your product, that's a whole lot of people. But we never think of it in a physical way. If you have 20 people here who want to listen to your music, those are 20 people who you didn't have before. But we think, oh, he has 500,000. Yeah, that's well and good. Out of that 500,000, how many convert? How many actually buy into what's being sold? So if you have your 200 who are loyal, well and good. See how you can build now to 300. And also using the information and the data that we have available. So you have 200 in Kenya. Maybe you have 50 in Uganda. Like, I have 50 people in Uganda who actually respond to me. So how do I speak to Uganda as well? How do I grow that 50 to 60? You understand? You have to find a balance in this age of intelligence and information. It's hard as an artist, but it's a necessary evil if you do want to grow your brand and you want to go further. Unless this is a hobby for you, then by all means you can go as slow as you want to go. But if you're looking at going further, we need to work with the information that's at hand.
Of course. Is that okay? That was a mental health practice in Kenya, and it was a passion project for me because I also lost somebody so important to me, and from that, right? So I remember pursuing it as my hobby, and then somehow now I find myself like many years later sitting on a stage talking about how to do creative care, and the only way that this would have happened is if it wouldn't have happened if I wasn't in the communities of my niche, right? And so it's so true what you said, because if you don't know your niche, imagine singing R&B music on a stage to a bunch of people who love country. Nobody is going to follow you and no one's referring your music to anybody, right? So even if you have, like she said, 100 people in the room who love your niche, they have communities of their own, and that helps you scale your brand, because the referrals have actually been the most important part of my business, right? I actually tell my clients, I will always put their referrals at the top of my wait list, because I know that I'm meant to serve that community of people, right? And so that's something that I think was really important perspective. The other thing too is, in this era of collaboration, for example, like in Njerai, right? She's kind of moved up super quickly, and if you think it's all been independent into distribution, right? Like her whole career is kind of based on kind of managing herself as an artist in a lot of ways. And I think we need to think about collaboration differently. So for like a great example, I would say is like Studio 18, if any of you follow them, right? They're like the cool street where, you know, like group, the Gen Zs of Nairobi at the moment, but they encompass everybody in the industry, right? You've got people there who are DJs, they're, what do you call it, stylists, they're they're doing fashion, right? They're based at Kona Trust, right? They're based at NSK. They're also, you know, now kind of doing work in film and photography. When you find your crew of collaborators and you move like one, that actually opens up your network even more. And so instead of looking for like, sometimes, you know, we were talking about kind of like, is it important to be popular and chase clout? Or is it important to actually want to be great at what you do, right? And so that mindset shift of like, instead of me trying to get on the stage at Coda, right, or Gondwana, or whatever it is that you're trying to get at, I'm talking from a DJ perspective, but still, like, why don't I try and actually find like the people who are my vibe, my frequency, and collaborate with them and kind of like move with them so that we know we're supporting each other, and that is kind of helping us build our community, because I've seen you guys have grown, and the way they come together, the way they support each other, everybody's eating, right? And everybody's network is growing as a result, and they've built their own ecosystem. So there's some, and the people who come to that are the people who want to be a part of that, right? So again, the mindset shift of like, it's okay to start what feels like small with your people, but then you can actually build something that's actually your, again, garden that you're all trying to grow in together. So I just wanted to add that on.
Thank you, Safia. I just want to do a quick check-in with the audience. We're listening. How many of you are kind of understanding? Just say, Okay, so a bit of confusion. I hope in the confusion you're formulating a question. Yes? How many of you are with it? You understand everything that's going on? Say, whoop! Okay, excellent, excellent. I love this part. Doesn't want to do those things, how do I seek out the community I need to build that ecosystem so that we go further together? And you've spoken to that so well, Safia. Thank you so much. And I want to come back to Boni. I think there's something Cynthia mentioned that made me think about in our own journey, not wanting to be distributors. It has always been important for us to own the work. Right? So thinking about value chain, you have your idea, you produce your idea, and then even before we get to meeting with distributors or accessing the market, the final user, for us, we wanted to make sure we owned the work, and that comes with the IP conversation that we had earlier in the day. And also the masters, let me say. We're not musicians, but the main thing, the primary product. So for example, we have a podcast, it's called Cabrazen. And with podcasting, there are many media institutions that will buy your podcast, but then they own it. They own the product and they own your market. For us, we wanted the first point to be yani nyumbani, our shop, duka yetu. Even if it goes to Carrefour, or I'm passing through many analogies now, but I think you're with me. Even if it goes to many different shops, markets, the first point of publication is ours, which for us meant we open a website, and that's the first place we put our audio. So even if it goes on to Spotify, even if it goes on to Apple, there's always a reference point that's ours. There is a pressure to be in digital spaces today. Must I? What other options are there?
In Kenya, that document I was sharing captures this somewhere. There are 60 million smartphones, 60 million phones in people's hands, right? So if you're not there, that's just a market that you've locked yourself out of, because this is, digital online platforms, that's the language of biashara nowadays. Everyone is looking at how do they position themselves on that device called a mobile phone. So it doesn't mean also that that's the only way to sell a product. The alternative, and I think I'll use an example that is very closely aligned to what AFCFTA is doing. There's a model called franchising, which allows you to distribute your product, retain control. You keep, all your intellectual property. You keep all your methods, all the secrets, trade secrets that you have, but you work with partners that sort of license your product and sell it on your behalf, on your terms. I think this is a model that works very well for, I believe would work very well for SMEs, people who are in trade. If you think of the most popular franchises, it's usually either restaurants or fashion brands. Vivo, for example, they've done it very well. So people who are in trade for hard goods, like things that you can actually touch and feel, that model works very well. You just secure your IP and you go around. You can go to every county or every country in Africa and find a partner there, and they become your stockist, and you give them just as a percentage of whatever profit they make, and you keep everything for yourself. It has its own complexities, but it's one of the most secure ways. And at Blankets, we did this quite successfully because we grew blankets here in Nairobi, took it to Kampala, took it to Kigali, and that model has been replicated even with other brands that I've seen within the sector. So it's a very practical way to do it. But having said that, I think the reason for me this is a stronger opportunity now is because of what AFCFTA is doing. And if you sort of take time to just do a bit of research, you'll see how they've made it easy for you as a business now in Kenya to go to Uganda and set up, whether it's a digital business or even a physical shop in Kampala, because the laws are more flexible. The taxes are almost standardized, especially for the creative economy. So whereas it might not be the only way to do it, it's a good way to do it, especially now because of this framework that exists. But still, I would tell you, you can do a hybrid. You can do a bit of both. If you look at even your Quick Mats, which you are referencing, and all the other outlets, they're doing e-deliveries now. Online deliveries now. So, not playing in the digital space, I think just that limits you from making money.
Just to follow up on thing AFCFTA is trying to do, and that's why we're even here today. How do we even get one passport? Yeah, there are questions that are popping to me during these sessions. Am I able to subscribe to CCA? That's the future. I'm hoping that from this forum, we are able to subscribe to CCA, because as you can see, Creatives Connect Africa, it's not only for East Africa, it's an African movement. So when he said how people trade, how people move, in my mind, I was like the complexity of moving even my equipment from here to the next country. So how do we also make it easy? So that's also another conversation. Also a follow-up what Safia and Cynthia were saying in terms of followers. don't worry, you're safe, because it's changing. I work for a company where for the last, we've been there for 9, 10 years. I've seen follower growth. It's not growing anymore. It's about impact. It's about community building. As you can see, the features keep on changing on our socials. It's also going with the trends. You have to go with the pace. We are here because we are a community. In fact, when they kept on saying community, I was like, preach, preach, preach. That is it. It's building a community. Also, the question on Boniface on do we need the socials, the digital platforms? I don't think if we need them so much, as long as you know where to position yourself and build your community. Hakuna pressure. Because Bobby said it, there's so much also pressure that I have to be on this platform for me to trend, for me to grow. There are people who are not on this platform. Let me give an example of Eric Wainaina. His song, I love that song. During the Maandamano period, and even anytime there's chaos in Kenya, our team from Pulse can attest, that's the song that we put to Kenyans. But is he trending? Does he even have that follower growth? Nah. But impact, because that song had impact. And that's why even to artists, like Akina Branco, make sure also when you're creating your content, it has impact. Is it also making sense in the society? There's also that. And I know this also goes to Cynthia, because you're the people who are training also some of these artists. Certain artists, because what they do is very impactful. So there's also something I would want to maybe mention about different platforms, because I've worked with them so closely. And monetization is an issue. We do not make money on Facebook anymore as we used to. That's Meta. We don't make money anymore on YouTube, which I'm concerned. I think I keep up on pushing this. Africa, we need to rise. I would want to see a platform coming from Africa. So every time I'm on such a panel, I challenge the people in tech. If anyone is in tech here, please, I would want to wake up one day and get a tool for Africa, because we have this conversation of CPM. Oh, Kenya's CPM is this small. We have to depend on other continents. I think we have it. Yeah, this is it. We have it. So some of these platforms, just to mention, like IG, it's not about the follower growth anymore. It's about the reach. It's about the engagement. Is it making sense? You can trend with your video one day, naishie tu hapo, but are you making an impact for this content? Like yesterday, my boss was asking for some data from some analytics for YouTube, and we noted we've not been so active, but there are people who are still following our stories. Even to mention Uganda, one of our best performing content on our platforms, that's on YouTube. It's from Uganda, a lady who had so many kids, and that video kept on moving when it comes to numbers. It's almost 1 million plus because of impact. Also something I would want to challenge artists, and I remember one time we were at a session at Mdundo Mixer. I wish that lady, her name is Agnes, when she used to work for Mdundo. We went for one of their mixers, and I was able to meet one of the artist manager, that is Njerai, and I was telling them, why are you only performing in Kenya? For blankets, move to Uganda. I would want to give an example of someone like Diamond. Where is Diamond the way he is? He collabos with Fally Ipupa, people who do not even understand Swahili. So for me, I would want to say, build a community. Today, the members of camp, you're sitting next to an artist. You're sitting next to our dancer who was dancing here. That's a community. Why are you even going to ask yourself, nitatoa wapi dancer, our music yangu? And the dancer was here, you see? So even as you're leaving this space, network, create music. Because you all know your gaps, you all know why you're here. So munaambiana atuna pesa mingi. I believe there's a producer here, there's a DJ here, there's a dancer here. There's even me who has a platform. There's Cynthia here, there's Safia, there's take advantage. It's also going to lower your cost with what you're doing. So thank you.
Your extensive experience with artists in Instagram will change its algorithm, and then you have to rethink everything about how you approach putting yourself on Instagram now. You know, Carrefour leaves, and then you have to find another supermarket. You can't rely entirely on distributors. What lasting problem have you noticed in the industry, and how can you, as an individual, as an expert, so that people quota you, they come and ask you many questions, how can you solve that problem?
We're trying to close the gap because like having such sessions, but I'll be honest, and this is a conversation we were having yesterday, and it's the same thing Ruby, our host, mentioned. Tujitume, like artist Tujitume, I feel the industry is pushing, but we need to put the work. I'll continue saying that. I feel the industries are trying. We can attest this thing started in Ghana. All the people, part of the people who are here, they know where it began. Different stakeholders, they are the people who are here yesterday, Bold, Equity is here, Madam PS, when I went to her office, she was very passionate about it because, and that's why I was even mentioning the young man who was dancing with Crocs. You see, we are buying that. That is the future. But you see, the young people, you need to be in certain platforms. I see today is on Friday, there's a young person, amepata kadhaa mahali, and then he's going to go and changamka somewhere. But are you coming to such platforms? Are you coming to such spaces? I feel the industries are trying so hard. The information, in fact, Cynthia said, the information is out here. AI is out here. AI is not even the issue. It's you guys. I can see how much of content people are making with AI. So to the young people out here, tafadhali, tujitume, it's a Kenyan thing that says, put the work. That's the only way I can say. The challenges have been there. We've identified, and that's why I keep on saying, having done an awards for 5 years, we've listened to you. You keep on saying, Pulse, munatu award, munatu saidia aje. This is how now we are helping you. We want you to identify. That's why Equity was here. Alan can attest. This is not a conversation that has started today through PayPal. Telling them, because you're the people who you're getting the profits from the money transfer. PayPal is getting the money, so how can they give back and sponsor such an event? Bold, how can they give back and sponsor such an event? Promised Land, they're giving us this space. CCA, myself, I have facilitated to make sure you get the best. So to the young people, I feel we are closing the gap. So it's time for you. I can attest, I can give so many testimonials here from Bobby, Jonita when I met her. I'm working even with the young lady Imali here. I can see the potential. She's moving. DJ Wiwa, yeah, they're in this space. Very many young people. Even the guy was here yesterday from the CBD, Ali Jituma. Ruby there, I've seen her with her Uncut Hip Hop Music Awards. That lady has struggled with that awards. But we are here because we are almost closing the gap. So young people, we've given you the platforms. Please, please sign up to the platforms. Thank you.
Yourself. What is a lasting problem that you've noticed that you, Boniface, can solve for creatives?
Okay. a lot of concerns, a lot of things going on. There's war in Ukraine, Trump, everything happening there makes them giving out of benevolence to Africa not a priority. And especially for a country like Kenya, we have also moved up the rankings. Now we are not a poor country. We are a middle income country. So in the hierarchy of needs, when they're looking at this now, our reduced foreign development assistance, where do we take it? Kenya is not a country that is considered needy in that sense. The conversation now is about how are we doing business? How can you, as a Kenyan startup, how can you do business that adds value to an investor from these countries that we've relied on for aid? So I think that needs to shift very dramatically in our minds. And for me, that's a problem for the government, the people in the institutions that are responsible for implementing those, sort of agreements that exist. If that shift happens at that level, then we will start to see some changes happening. So I feel a platform like this, the fact that us coming together as people who work in this sector to put on something like this and bring in the people who are responsible for doing this work to come and listen and have a conversation with us. I think that is what we can do, what we should do, and what we need to continue doing to ensure that where the world is going as far as this aspect of development cooperation is concerned doesn't leave our sector behind entirely. So for me, that's very critical, and I see this a lot even in my academic work. This fellowship I'm doing is I've been looking a lot about how the changes in the ICT sector are what that will mean in the coming years for people who are making music, selling things online, relying on smartphones. And I think the insights that I'm seeing there are that we need to change our language and be able to demonstrate value to the business people that are in this space.
On anyone anymore to copy Ketu. It's time for Africa, and that's why even I'm dressed African. It's time for Africa, guys.
I love that. This PayPal equity partnership, which I'm sure we'll talk about in a second, but it says instant withdrawals, instant flex. And I was thinking, like, what does that mean, right? It means that I want to work with equity because it makes something easy for me, right? I don't want to have to wait in the background to figure out why something's delayed and not actually getting to me on time and not with the quality that I expect. You are no different in your career, okay? There are thousands of us, right, who are all trying to make it. And I have to say that the one thing that even if we're pushing, is if we're not accountable to our word and we don't show up with the work ethic required, especially when it comes to the relationships that are, honestly speaking, there are so many people you guys want to talk to, but who stands out, right? It's not the one that says, I need something from you. It's always the one who goes, okay, how can I learn from you? Or how do I help you in some way, right? It's the relationship and the trust that you build with people. One of the biggest issues I feel like we continue to have in our industry is that we're so tired and we feel so like just not seen and heard that we end up getting in this very negative mindset. And that negative mindset, when you get a bunch of creatives in the room, we end up like trauma bonding, right? And we kind of take things always in the negative, why something's not working, what we need more of, why is nobody listening to me? I want you to pivot that and go, okay, no one's coming to save me. So what do how do I reframe this and turn it into a possibility? And the only choice that you have any power over is the choices that you make. You can't decide even what the person you're working with is going to do when they walk out the room, right? You can't change people. You can't make them see you, right? You can only your actions and your behavior are going to actually help build your reputation, your trust, and your profile. So my biggest plea and the biggest thing that I would say is, like, if we can keep our word, if we can show up and we can understand that that relationship creates the accountability that will actually make people see you, then that trust and that reputation and those relationships will eventually turn into a possibility for you that you've been seeking. So remember, instant withdrawals, instant flex, right? Make it easy for people to work with you, and the flex will come. Cool.
I love it. Now, speaking from a position of the music industry and working with artists, the gap that I see is twofold. One is knowledge, and two is access. When talking about knowledge, in as much as, yes, we do have artists who understand about distribution, for the larger part, or for the bigger part, people still don't understand exactly what music distribution is, about digital streaming platforms. Because for the longest time, Kenya has been, when it comes to getting your music to your consumer, it's been, let's get a music video, put it on YouTube. Let's do a concert. People come, that's how they listen to the music, you understand? But now when it comes to also getting onto digital streaming platforms and getting music there's still a knowledge gap that needs to be addressed so that people understand, okay, so having this is a complement to everything else that I'm doing, and it's going to help me grow my revenue stream. It's not something that's disrupting my life, so to speak, but it's a complement, it's an addition. It's like a different income stream. And now the second gap also is access. So yes, you have access to information, but do you have access to rooms? Do you have access to infrastructure? Do you have access to tools that can help you as an artist get better? And solution-wise, of course, now I'll speak from the position of an RPM and what we do. When it comes to knowledge, we're doing our best to educate the artists who come to us. Masterclasses. We do hold music distribution masterclasses where we inform artists, oh, by the way, this is what you can do, this is what you need to do. For example, one of the how do I put it? One of the genres that does really well but is not yet fully on digital streaming platforms is gospel. And we discovered that gospel artists, for the larger part, don't have a lot of their music, or other people are putting their music on digital streaming platforms. So you can find you're an artist. You've never opened a Spotify account, but your music is on Spotify. Like, how did that happen? You understand? So there's a knowledge and there's an access gap. And we're trying to address that by masterclasses for our artists to help them understand. Also our website, we try and give as much information as possible for artists that when you sign on to our website, you can understand what's going on. And also now when it comes to access, when it comes to tools, like I was talking about information and intelligence, where you have all of this, understanding the data that you have. We'd like to believe that the ecosystem we've built as One RPM for our artists gives transparency and data and helps an artist be well equipped in their career to understand what they need to do, how they need to go, how they can position themselves. So knowledge and access are two gaps for artists that need to be addressed. And also for One RPM, we like to partner with other brands, PALS, the Creative Connect Africa. Earlier this year, we had partnered with Spotify to do a Fresh Find Camps, which gave an opportunity to up-and-coming artists to be in the same room with songwriters, producers, who they will not necessarily be able to access. But out of that, we have music coming out of that, and so many other aspects, because we believe in being more than just a music distributor. We want to work with our artists in their journey and to make sure they go as far as possible. I don't know if I've answered.
You have.
Okay.
open up. I'm glad you guys are munching, thank goodness, because it is quite late. Huh? But I'm going to ask for 10 more minutes. That's okay? She says it's okay. And I'm going to ask you all for 10 more minutes. Is that okay? To do some questions. Do we have any questions in the audience? Okay, I see one question. I see two questions. Is there a third? And then I close the questions. That's three. Okay, 1, 2, 3. I've seen you in the back. I've seen you two over here. Sawa. Oh, thank you. Before we do the questions, okay, so we mentioned equity at the beginning, and Samira, if you please don't mind joining us on stage. I would like for you to speak to, during lunch when we were preparing for this panel, we started having the conversation there, and some of the things we said there have not come onto the stage. It's okay, that was just for us. But one thing that I would like to add to this conversation now is you are speaking to how equity is now transitioning into resourcing artists specifically, the creative industry specifically, because we've seen there's a lot of money in the industry, right? And we were being told today that you 100% you get back 1.5, so it would be 150. 1.5, okay, yeah, yes, that's, yes. I'd like to hear from you what you're noticing in coming into the market, and resources from equity, or any bank, actually, any banking platform, what they should be thinking about when they come to meet with you. What kind of questions should they be asking you?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. If you can allow me to stand, is that okay? In my other life, I'm not used to sitting, so I like standing. That way we can be able to connect. My name is Samuel Ireri. I'm the group head of international banking at Equity Group. That just means that I deal with diasporans as well as any cross-border payment. So any payment coming from one country or one jurisdiction to another, then you're my client. And majority of you, at one point, or even now, you'll get paid or you're getting paid from another jurisdiction. That just means that there's a company somewhere who will pay you and they'll have to send you money to your account or to your M-Pesa or however, and it's gonna cross borders. That is where you all come in. And I heard a lot that, of course, we wanna be Africa, we wanna create our own content, we wanna believe in ourselves. At Equity, we have a strategy called African Recovery and Resilience Plan. What that means is Africa to take care of itself. And that is what's driving us into this creative economy, what a bank can be able to do. I'm pretty sure majority of you know who Jay-Z is, right? What is he known for? Yeah? Music, right? But making money is what he's known for. His music took a long time for him to come to the limelight. Right? I'm a millennial, so I understand Jay-Z's music pretty well with Tupac. But what he's known for is that he's an entrepreneur. He used music to step up, right? Right now, he owns over 72 companies that are known with his name. The other companies that we don't even know, a lot, right? But you look at how he has positioned himself to be an entrepreneur. My dream as a banker is to make you that, is to make sure that you understand you're a brand and you're a business. So how do you start? And how do you start? Because at the end of the day, you want to make money, right? So that is where the position of Equity Bank is coming from. That I can sit down with you today, you opening up an account, telling me I'm opening this account because I make money from music, from fashion, and I want to get paid to this account. And then I tell you, it is good that you're opening an account that will separate whatever you do as business from your personal finances, first and foremost. And then, what we're doing, all our relationship managers, we're now actually teaching them how to handle creatives and look at you as a business. Do you need to incorporate yourself? Do you need to open up an LLC with your label on it? Right? If I'm XYZ, that's my stage name. Do I need to go ahead and open an LLC with my name? Do I have the funds to do that today? If I don't, how do I work towards that? if it's my name as my own name as a stage name, how do I make sure the bank understands I am not Sami Reri, who you're looking at, but I'm Sami Reri as a brand? Okay? So we sit down with you, we ask you your vision, we can be able to help you create a business plan of where you are and where you want to be. I loved Bobby's story. I don't know if he's still around. Bobby talked about he wants to go to Oscars, right? That's where he's looking at. How do I sit down with Bobby? When he was beginning, akitoka Islando, hata mimi nimetoka Islando, nilelewa Buru, by the way. So how do I sit with him and as a bank and look at his vision and try to write that journey for you on the financial side? So that today, if you're a musician, and God forbid your vocals go out, what is the next thing that you do? Right? How many people know Mariah Carey? Or Mariah Carey, wherever you want to. Right? What part of her body has she insured? What? No, not her throat, not her voice. Her legs. She has insured her legs. Do you know where the inspiration came from to insure her legs? She sang a song, and she was in a bathtub full of milk. Na akainua miguu juu. Na hiyo video ikakuwa one of her best. Sababu ya miguu. So what did she do? As an intelligent business person, businesswoman, you insure your legs. It's worth billions, those legs. In case aumie tu kidogo hivi, she's paid a lot of money because that is what makes her money. Yes, she sings, but she has something else. So from a banking standpoint, we look at how do you monetize now whatever you have and yourself as a brand. And then we walk the journey with you. All right? The good thing with equity is we want to evolve. On your life cycle of business, we take you from point A, right? Now you've started making money. A question came, if you can sing, what else can you do? That is where now entrepreneurship comes. You are thinking when you're signing that contract, you're factoring in something called FX, foreign exchange into it. Are they from the money that you're making? So that's where actually even us in PayPal, we've come to that partnership, being the only bank right now. M-Pesa does it, but for us, being the only bank that you can be able to tag or link your PayPal account to your Equity Bank account. When you get paid, come in, right? You can just, within, there might be a question regarding what happened the last few months. Issue or equities issue. It was a government issue. You all know that Kenya is grey listed, right? Financially because of an Anti-Money Laundering Act and all that. So that was a part of the issue on that, on the money crossing borders. But the key thing here is how do we help you? If you have an attorney, the other thing is we can assemble a team for you, to work for you. Always I say have a good doctor, have a good accountant, have a good banker, and who else? And a lawyer, right? Those 4 people are very important. Right now, since you're starting, angalia watoto wako university. Kama kuna mtu anafanya law, acha kuandikie contract. Mulipe so 5 so 2. Anahitaji hiyo pesa kwa uni, si ndio? Come to us for banking. For us, sisi ni banki ya mkulima, but we're international, right? We'll understand how things will work for you. So it's a good thing to have a good financial partner. And start with that partner early. They'll understand your finances. Right now, we don't have, we have something called credit. And that is another question that, how do we advance credit to you guys in the creative industry. Hauna kibanda, nitakuja niangalie unauza nini, nione ni pesa ngapi, I know how you pay me back. Now with Equity Bank, we are looking at, when we start with you, we can see your flows coming in. We have stopped that cookie cutter kind of way of loaning everybody. Where do you fit? Do you fit here in this group or you don't? Then we won't lend to you. No, the creative industry is very different. So now your portfolio is like your guarantee, right? What have you done? How much money have you been paid? So starting early with those flows, with a good account, then you can look at that. You want to buy a camera today, maybe for 300,000, I'm able to lend that to you because I can see your portfolio, I can see what you do. I know money will come in. I'll also accommodate, if money is not coming in, when do you get paid? Because you guys don't get paid regularly. Sindio, I'm going to paycheck. So we have to understand that from a business standpoint. And then the last thing is, how do you de-risk as a bank, right? How do you de-risk us lending to you? So for us, we have 3 engines that work for Equity Group. One, we are a commercial bank. We have also Equity Foundation. And then we have our insurance license. And actually 4. And then we also have our investment license, Equity Investment Bank. So we take all these 4 engines and see how do they work for you. If it's insurance, we're able to insure you. We're able to insure your work. We can see what else we can do for you. When you come to our foundation, we partner with so many foundations, like the MasterCard Foundation. So if there are master classes, if there is anything to benefit creatives, Equity channels that to you through even our foundation. And then we have the investment bank. How do you take whatever money you start making, you make sure that it can grow for you, so you grow old. Nimesikia kuna hiyo 10 years window, sindio? You want to maximize that. So there are new people coming in the industry. And then the last one is, so I've talked insurance, I've talked about commercial bank, actually I've talked about the foundation, and then the investment bank. So why we're in this space as a bank is we know this is where the future is. This is where Africa's future is. And you'll see a lot of other financial institutions coming into play, but we want to be the leaders in that. We're getting into stablecoin, crypto payments, all that. How do you understand crypto? If, let's say, a music label wants to sign you up, pay you up with just crypto, then we can see how that works. So that's where Equity Bank comes in. Thank you.
Thank you.
And a lot of focus tends to be on music, and I think that's easier because music has labels, they have royalties, they have streaming. So my question was to all of you who this resonates with, but mostly to Boni, what would be the infrastructure that you would recommend, especially for digital artists, so that they're also able to benefit in the creative economy with some sort of like system? Thank you.
Well, to do anything. What currently works? How do you just techify it? You know, how do you add some digitalness into it? So right now you'd have an art exhibition. You have art in a gallery. People come in, they view the pieces, and they, you know, see a piece they like, and they pay you for it, right? That is primarily the sort of commercialization element of how an artist would need to think about their product. So in the digital space, you need to look at what are the ways through which those payments happen that favor you. If you know, in the traditional sense, it's just identifying where is there a lot of purchase of digital artworks that is already happening. I know there was a time there was a craze for NFTs, and everyone was you know, pouring money into that. I've not kept up with it, so I don't know what's happening there at the moment. But just from that, because NFTs was blockchain, for me, what that said is there is a shift in how and what tech is being used to sell and buy art. What I know that is currently happening, just 3 weeks ago, the government gazetted cyber, or rather digital payments, a new policy around digital payments that allows people to transact now in crypto. So it's now legal in Kenya to be paid and purchased using crypto. I think this is going to be a thing for people who are selling digital art. We're going to see a lot of new wallets. I don't know if Equity already has one, but we're going to see a lot of new wallets for people who are paying crypto, mostly because in the market where art is a product that people already purchase, this is already being done. So it's an avenue. It's just now to think for you as an artist, how do you enable that person who would want to pay you using crypto to be able to do that, bearing in mind that there's now room to do that. But again, I think we tend to overthink what is online. You're operating in a market called Kenya. Kenya, you know, it's a big enough physical market for you to sell. So maybe also it's just you taking advantage of the tools to make the work, the digital tools that simplify your work making process, knowing that we have AI and all that. So just familiarizing with how you can protect your intellectual properties. I think also another aspect that you need to think about, because if your work is online and it's being exploited and you're not making anything out of it, in the Kenyan context, that's a problem that as a digital artist you're really going to grapple with. So just that digital protection, if Angela was here, maybe she would be a good person to advise on that, but it's a thing that I think would be important as well.
TV industry, because some of us have content, but when it comes to distribution, we face quite a big issue because Netflix and all don't easily take our films.
And I'm going to give an example with what is happening in Nigeria over the years. Afro cinema continues shortly. Any millennial remembers that. During lunchtime, kwanza our house helps, yeah? So Nigeria understood the ecosystem, and the government was one of the stakeholders who helped the actors and the actresses, the likes of Akina Genevieve, these big guys that you see. So for me, I will not say that I have a solution, but I love the question because they are listening, they can see, and it's a huge gap. I will not say we are there yet. But we even have a representation from MultiChoice, but I don't want to put him on the spot. There are so many changes that are happening, and I'm hoping from this conversation today, that's something that we're supposed to tap on, because I agree, music, we are there, but for film, I don't think if we're there yet. Let's not lie to each other. Let's not come to a forum where we're going, especially as panelists. You saw Safia gave it to Cynthia and then no one who wants to say it, because honestly, we're not yet there, and we need to get there, because you can see the likes of Sarah Hassan, what she's doing, my God, Nick Mutuma, so many of them, Phil the producer, Abel Mutua and Jugush. I'm an alumni of Kenya Institute of Mass Communication, and that's the home of film. We have the best of the best. I have so many people even here, Nivile Awaongei. So for film, in fact, thank you for that. The next CCA, that's the top conversation. Yeah.
Thank you, Judy, for your honesty.
Business perspective in music, and I registered with 1RPM when it was being launched in Kenya. And at first, I did not post anything, but I wanted publishing services, and I read what they do to the artist when how they collect money for the artist. I became acquainted with it, but with time, they blocked artists. They said it is invite only. And there are some things you cannot do as an artist if you are not an invite.
Right? And this is because we faced many instances of fraud. Let's say, for example, Sam is distributing music, but now you decide you're going to open an account as Sam E, and you take Sam's music and you put it there and you're distributing it, you understand? Then Sam reports this as fraud. We've had situations where actually people will take international artist names and just do a slight modification, I'm sure you've seen that, and they start distributing all kinds of music, not even just the particular artist, but all kinds of music that might not even be appropriate to be distributed. So one of the measures that we had to take was, okay, so if an artist actually wants to open an account, it would be better if they approach us, like, and one of the beauties of ONRPM is we do have a physical office, we do have a physical presence here. You approach us and tell us, hi, I'd like to open an account, and we tell you, okay, here's the email address. Send an email to us, tell us that you want to open an account, just so we can verify that it's a human behind all this, not a bot or somebody who's not an artist, you understand? And yes, we do need to inform, we do need to inform more of our artists, potential and current, about what's happening, and we're doing our best. And I'm sorry for the ones who've not been able to get access, if they're your friends as well. Hopefully after this, you can approach me and we can be able to help sort that. I can give you my email address and you can share it with them, and we can see how we can help sort that out. Yeah.
Thank you, Cynthia. You mentioned a physical office. Where is your physical office?
Actually, yes, Karen Office Park. Yes, anyone who wants to visit, please approach me and I'll direct you exactly where it is.
Perfect. As the mic travels, I can
That's the reason we are launching this, because one feedback that I gave to AFCFTA and ATP when we had this conversation, and it's the conversation that has been going, and not many people who identified that we've targeted so much of the urban people and we've forgotten our counties, our remote places. I'm happy. Follow me after. Let's make sure that Naivasha is also shining. Sawa sawa.
So you build your brand reputation, but how do you maintain integrity as a creative?
Beautiful, beautiful question. And I think you are responsible for you. Whether you have an artist manager, whether you have friends who advise you, whatever it may be, you know best who you are, right? And I think the one thing I want to leave all of you with today is an assignment. I want you to think about what it is that makes you feel more like the art that you create, right? What gets you closer to that? Is it turning off your phone? Is it thinking about what you care about? Where did we lose that part of ourselves and give it away because we felt it was the only way to monetize and or get likes, right? Technology and our egos have kind of created a system where we've forgotten who we are and why we're doing what we're doing. And my big request of all of you is to remember you're not, and I keep coming back to nature, because you are not inside this as separate. You are it. You are nature, okay? And to exist as your natural, authentic self, which authenticity to me is art, right? You have to remember who you are. So when it kind of comes back to protecting your morality, what I'm really hearing is, how do I protect myself to stay true to who I am, right? Genuine, authentic. And it comes back to, and maybe this is the assignment for that person, what are my values, right? When I think about who I would love to be mentored by and I look up to, who are those people? What do they look like? What do they feel like? What do they sound like, right? Does Michelle Obama have to give up her integrity to be able to make an impact, right? Who is it that you're looking up to? What channels are you being exposed to that are making you question whether or not you have to compromise yourself? And if it's a group of people, if it's a platform you're exposed to, if it's a specific kind of event you go to, or like just an area, a space you go to that makes you think, I need to abandon a part of who I am to belong there, the check-in with yourself is to ask yourself, why am I doing that? Because you don't. And in fact, the more that you respect yourself, and this is what I've grown to learn, even in my moments where I was abandoning myself, and I'm sure any artist can say this, is like as I've grown in my own career, I've realized that the more that I actually stayed in my integrity, the more people wanted to actually come because they want more of that for themselves. So don't, even if there's this moment of feeling like I'm alone, I'm in solitude, I'm not going anywhere, don't let that be the thing that takes you sideways. See that as the necessary silence that is required for you to remember who you are so that you can actually start building on the journey that is supposed to take you to where you're supposed to go, not where you think you're supposed to go, okay? So check in. What are my values? What am I listening to? What do I need to let go of? What do I need to pay more attention to? And most importantly, what boundaries am I going to put in place to make sure I protect that? And the rest of you will take you exactly where you're supposed to be.
has at least one insight that they'll go away with, isn't it? Is there anybody who feels like they haven't gained from this conversation at all? Wonderful. Success, then. Thank you all. You may leave the stage.
Thank you so much for that insightful session. And thank you to Laura for moderating a very, very insightful session. Time is not on our side, so I would like to very quickly invite our partners, yes, to come to the stage. I'd like to invite a representative from the Promised Land and one from camp as well to quickly give us a brief of why they had to be involved in this masterclass and ways in which they support the creative economy as well. A representative from Promised Land and a representative from camp. Are our reps ready? Okay, so we're gonna move along with the program as we get ourselves together. And I'm going to invite Imali from AfriNext, one of our partners, to kind of give us a brief about wellness, sustainability, and wellness, sustainability, and the creative journey. I know creatives are very affected by mental health matters. So they're going to take a very short time because I'm seeing it's getting dark. Yes, thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hi, everyone. My name is Imali. Will you remember my name? Why will you remember my name? Wonderful, because it's like Emali, but with an I, right? I'm so glad you. To be, we had a wonderful partner who was unable to make it today, and so we'll have another speaker who's a film director, a casting director, and also a mental health advocate. We'll have him come on here and share his experience with mental health. But I am so glad that we had Bobby to listen to set the ground for this conversation. I think the three things that I picked from Bobby's presentation were, number one, he has a North Star, right? He has God as part of his value pack to guide how he conducts his business. That's number one. Number two, he spoke about really prioritizing the craft over popularity. I think that's super important as an artist, because when you lose focus on why you're doing what you're doing, that's where the things get complicated. That's where you start to feel like your followers are what you are worth as a person, right? And the last thing that I took from him is taking breaks. He called it mental wear and tear, right? That you have to take care of yourself because you are the human potential. That's the only reason that we're here. The person at the center of the person is the whole craft. Without the person, we do not have the craft. To the rest of your Fridays, so please give him your ears for 5 to 7 minutes, and then we'll close the program. Thank you again for your time.
Is the aspect of stress and depression. Yeah, this is something that really affects a lot of creatives for a very long time, since medieval time. So how can we handle like stress or burnout that we occur during whatever we do? So mostly, I would say, for creatives, we have to use our minds most of the time, and our minds are the most complex and the most beautiful thing you ever have. So if you are using this mind every single time, how can you just let it cool down? Nakavile, if you're using like a laptop or a computer, ukiitumia 24/7 ikuwe tu on, utafaa kuizima one point, ama itajizima, right? So that computer or that laptop is literally you. So your mind is like, it's faster, or rather more advanced than a computer, because we accommodate like 50,000 information per day. That's 50,000. And 50,000 of those information that we consume, 80% of it is negative. And that 80% of that negative, zozote negative, you to 80% yake, 60% of that is negative based on you. So, sasa can you imagine only 20%, or rather let's say 10% is positive. How many of us usually take in the positive? Because every time you really want to engage a lot, you want what wakupende every time, and nobody will love you every time. Not even your family will love you every time. So you have to know that you have to take care of yourself the way you'd take care of anything, like your child, like your laptop, like your music. Because you speak through your music, you speak through your film, you speak through everything that you do. I love movies that I produce based on social impact, based on mental health. So I speak through it. So now to reduce your stress, yeah, when I'm having issues, I usually have jokes in my head, like kwa akili tu yangu. So it helps me to reduce stress yangu. So you can use other elements to reduce your stress, but obviously most creatives end up using drugs or alcohol, which honestly itakusaidia as much. You will get that high, and then later on the hangover comes in. And that hangover inakumeles, or rather it messes you up kabisa. So the only thing that you can do is create time for yourself. Just humble time for yourself to relax, think, not even think, relax ukwe maembe, right? Like akuna kitu yote you're thinking of. Let your mind reset. That moment, like give it like every single day, give it like 10, 20 minutes, just for your mind to relax and reset. Once you've given yourself time alone, not thinking of anything, not worrying about anything, which is hard for creatives, but try not to think of anything or whatever you have. Because at the end of the day, there's two things you have to understand in this life. One, you have only one life to live. Second, who are you without your titles? Mtu akikuita tukikuja hapa mbele tuseme I am this, I'm this, I'm that, and that. So now, remove all the titles you have, right? Like me, remove my mental health award, me being a filmmaker, me being what? How would I introduce myself to you guys? If you cannot answer that question, kivyako, like if you cannot like determine or rather understand yourself as you without the titles, then there's a lot of things you have to do based on yourself. Because this should not define you. Your talents do define you, right? But your titles and stuff like that don't really matter at that moment. because your life is more important and your mental health is one of the most critical thing you will ever have. So kuna time tu unaweza kaa tu uamue tu, you take your time, sit with yourself and ujiulize wewe unataka nini kwa maisha yako. Just speak to your future self or yourself right there. Inakaa kukuwa mwenzazimu lakini it helps you a lot. Talk with yourself. Ask yourself, what do you want to achieve? Other than, yes, the money, it's always there. And remember, you're not a billionaire for having $1 billion shillings in your bank, but you're a billionaire for touching 1 billion lives. So if you're not an impact to 1 billion people or 1 million people, your money doesn't mean anything. You get that? So are you making money just for yourself? Are you making money to create an impact and a change in the world? Because the latter is more important. So, other than that, do not usipuna jeka in a lot of stress that you cannot even manage, you cannot even handle. Because the human mind, every person capacity ya akili yako iko, it works in a certain way. Na kila mtu yuko na a distinct element that helps you grow. So if you can tap on the distinct element that helps you grow, you get to become something much more blessed, something way better in life than whatever you just acquire. Because you know the richest place in the world is usually the graveyard, yeah? So if you want, you have to go to the graveyard empty. But if you go there, bado kuna vitutu zako, talent zako, pesa yako, nini, have you really achieved anything? Because remember, only people have good things to talk about you. Salia uko. But can they talk about you when you're still there? This life is one of the most critical elements that you have. The most valuable thing you will ever have as a creative. So, and your voice, your talents is what changes the world. Music creates moments, sunshine in every person's heart. The most beautiful songs are created through heartbreaks. Do you even know why? It's because the artist himself sang out his heart. The most beautiful movies are done from somebody else's experiences. That's why a number of biopics like Michael Jackson impacts a lot of people, because this is you. This is from your heart. So when you take your brand as you're giving a part of you, literally you're giving a part of your soul to every single audience. How do you want them to treat yourself? And usually that's like moral rights, Sasa. When somebody was speaking about how can you maintain your morals. Part of your morals is part of your gift. Part of your morals is part of your art. So easy art unapatiana to people, and this is your soul you're giving. How much do you want them to change within each and every one of them? Ama wewe tu kutoa hapo kumake pesa alafu you don't care whatever happened next. Because we make a lot of change in this world. Art creates change. It's one of the most powerful things that creates change in this earth. So if you use your art for change, why do you remember Tupac till today? Why would you remember Michael Jackson till today? It's because we create songs that made sense to us. Me, I loved Michael Jackson since I was a child. I used to break dance to his songs and stuff like that. So it makes a lot of value to each and every one of us. So you as a person, your art, your drawing, your music, your film, what do you want it to speak to other people? It's not just making money. Yes, we make money, which is very important. But then again, is it your worth or it's your value for that time? Because worth and value are two different things. So when you see the lives you've impacted, And if you can understand yourself that you are a spirit of change and you always need to refuel, it's good to always take time to step back, relax, think, eat a banana. Actually, by the way, and this will help a lot to reduce stress. Whenever you messed up, take a banana, drink water. The most easiest things to pattern, they help you cool down your moods, whatever stress you have. It looks weird, but it is. It helps a lot. And some things, when we are the biggest noise that we usually have as creatives is ourselves, because you believe, what if I'm not good enough? What if people don't love me? What if Nini? What if this? But have you ever asked yourself, what if it doesn't matter, but I'm expressing myself? Why put so much stress on yourself about certain things? Yet, without you, they won't experience any part of your talent, any part of you. Because every single day we do these things, we love it, we are joyful and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, when you go back home or when you're relaxed, do you feel fulfilled? Do you feel happy about everything you've done? Does it make anything of value to you? So when you look at all of this, you put them together and you think. Also the clothes you wear, it determines the elements of how happy you will be or how sad you will be. Looking at very dull clothes most of the time creates certain ambience within you. Also the surroundings within where you stay, where you live, where you do your work. Yeah, you do that. So that's the much I can say for the moment. Yes, unless kuna mtu wote anataka kuuliza swali, but for now, that's what I can say.
Anything that you would like. There's some soda. So usiogope kupitia pale, na bei ni friendly sana, bei karibu na bure. Economy tunajali, okay? All right, so we're going to go into the next session, and I would like to invite our interim chairperson, Judy Sheila Mogo. I would also like to invite Boni Mwali, Boniface Tafadhali, and I would like to invite Esther from AfriNext as well to come and issue some certificates. And then Judy and Esther are going to also give us the strategic roadmaps and the next steps before we get into the vote of thanks. So a round of applause, tafadhali, for Judy Sheila Mogo. Judy Sheila Mogo, as we make our way to the stage. Sasa ndo nimeweka ni kama ni fried. Yes, like that, like that, like that, like that, like that. Karibuni sana, msichoke, msichoke. Thank you so much, Ruby.
So before we do the closing remark for today, I'm going to mention and appreciate each and every person who came here. We were to give a certificate to each and every person, but the dynamics have changed. We believe in equalism. I didn't want for any person who was coming to miss a certificate. So what we're going to do, make sure before you leave the premises, make sure you register. There's Charles who is doing registration there. Make sure your name not only CCA East Africa, but CCA, the main body, under AFC, FTA, and ATP. One of these fine days, ATP is going to be here. That is, I want to recognize Mr. Kwache Donka, who behind the scene has also been behind this. I also want to appreciate AfriNext, and that is Dr. Edwin Bogonka, where he is. I want to appreciate your support in this. So we were to mention about the next steps. And I didn't want us to lie to you guys today that we have the next steps, because what we've learned today, even I was talking to Equity PayPal, and they're still challenging us that we need to do more so that you guys can be in the right spaces for them to even support you more. So what we're going to do, we're going to have a virtual engagement in the month of November, with each and every participant who was part of this, not only the people who came as students, but also the stakeholders, to make sure that we've gathered enough data, enough information to come back and tell you guys what is the next step. So this is going to be made possible from the Office of Director Emily, AFC FTA, Africa Tourism Partnership, the Office of State Department Trade under Madam PS Regina Obam, CCA, AfriNext Ventures, Promised Land, and all the bodies that have committed to continue this movement, likes of CAMP, IFPI, DCCAK, KFC. And all the stakeholders, sponsors, and partners present, just to mention, PayPal, courtesy of Equity, Bold, MSEA. So why I'm saying this, it's because these bodies, since yesterday, they've shown interest, and they've said that they're going to support this movement and make it bigger, and this is not the end of it. I'm also hoping that we can also pass the message to our creatives in the industry. Fiona, when you go to Uganda, I have people in Uganda, and we are coming to Uganda too. Rufus, we are coming to Naivasha, so do not worry. So it's going to be an actual movement, not only in East Africa, but in Africa. I know there's also a question that I've been getting from one or two people. Is there a subscription to CCA? And that has come to my mind. And finally, I'm going to pass this to the bodies that are behind this and see if we can subscribe to CCA, because what this means is you can have access to Bolt, you can have access to Equity, you can have access to MSEA. So all these bodies need to come together so that they can support you guys. And I can even hear the question that the panelists had here in terms of, do I have to be on a social media platform for me to benefit? So it means CCA needs to listen to you guys and see what are the next steps. I don't also mind if we have an African passport for the creatives in the industry, where when Fiona is coming to Kenya, it's so easy for her to also pass at the border when she's coming with her equipment. So for me, that's the future that I'm seeing. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming. So just to appreciate Mwali, he's been one person who has pushed our partnerships, and even the Ministry of Trade, he's worked closely with them, also to recognize the Ministry of Gender and Culture and Heritage that was here today. It's just that he had a bit of commitment also to mention that he was the person who also organized the body from the PS, Fikirini, Youth and Development. So I'll also give him a chance to say something, because also this man, he has so much to tell you guys. So there's so much that he's going to be cooking. I did not expect this. I'll be very honest. I feel sasa niko na kazi ya miaka kama 5, si ndio? Thank you.
Also, your enterprise to grow, make sure you are working within a system and a structure. So we are in the process of setting up those structures. This is a very early stage initiative. This was our pilot, and a pilot means we were testing to see how things will work. Now we understand what works, what does not work. And I think for me, it's just to appreciate all of you who have spent the last 2 days with us and have made this first step for CCA East Africa a great success. I think I can say that without any hesitation, that you have made this initiative a wonderful success, and we're really excited for what comes ahead. So asanteni sana, and we are counting on your support and collaboration moving forward. Thank you.
Today, si ndio? But thank you so much. So closing remarks.
Collaborate, learn, and grow. And I'm really hoping that we've been able to achieve that. And just by a show of hands, I know personally I've learned more than I thought I would learn. I thought I was creating the opportunity, kumbe it was for myself. So just by a show of hands, have we met our objectives? I'm really, really glad to hear that. And also just one person who's been here for the last 2 days, if you can tell me just 3 modules that we've covered over this masterclass, that would be great. Anyone? 3 out of the 5. Yeah, you can shout. As stakeholders, we all play a part. So as investors, researchers, the ministries, we've created the opportunity. So it's now for the creatives to step up and actually grab these opportunities. Connect to the experts in the room. That would be our greatest desire, to see something come out of this masterclass, and we'll be doing follow-ups to make sure that you've actually gained something. So if you've not registered, kindly make sure you've left your name, your phone number, and email, so that we create a community around this. And I will also recognize all the bodies that have been involved. And there are so many people have come together to make this a success that you'll allow me to read. Yeah. So I'll acknowledge the Ministry of Trade through the Office of the PS, Madam Regina Okoth-Obam, who gave us our keynote address, the Director of Trade in Services, Investments, IP Rights, AFCFTA Secretariat, Madam Emily Mboro, State Department for Youth Affairs and the Creative Economy through their representative, Mr. Noah Otiende, and the Ministry of Gender, Culture and Children's Services, as well as the Micro and Small Enterprises Authority. I'll also recognize our sponsors and partners, AfriNext Ventures and the Promised Land. We were your hosts for today. The Africa Tourism Partners, who are all the way in South Africa, supporting this initiative. Pulse Kenya, Equity Bank and PayPal, Bolt Kenya, who are here on the first day, Hove Consulting through Boniface, Nations Connect Media Group, who in connection with the production team have done such a great production set for us. The Digital Content Creators Association of Kenya, in association with CAMP, Money Gossip. I think we had a very nice session from Amos Ngahu, and 1RPM, who Caroline on the panel today. Yeah, and then I'll also recognize our hosts and speakers. I think we all enjoyed the vibe from Ruby V, who is all the way from Homeboys. That was amazing work. Boniface from KUTV. Yeah. Uton Longoria, all the way from Pulse. Thank you so much. You guys were amazing hosts. And then I'll also recognize our speakers, Miss Benedicta Oyedayo, who took us through inclusivity for PWDs. Jinx from Africa Beat, who took us through the branding module. I think he did an amazing job. Madam Angela Ndambuki from the International Federation of the Phonographic Industry, who took us through legal and IP. And then we have Esther Gisheru from SEA, who took us through the commercialization clinic. Amos Ngahu from Money Clinic, Money Gossip, who took us through our financial course. And Laura Ekumbo, a gracious moderator for today. We appreciate you. Judy, as part of the panelists, and you've won very many hats over the last 2 days. Thank you so much. The creative economy, thank you. Safia Abji was part of our panelists today. The performances we had today. Branko, who brought it down yesterday, for those who are here. Thank you. Pastor Morris, who did a wonderful performance as well, wherever you are. We appreciate you. Bobby Jr., for the amazing testimonial. I think you touched a lot of people today. DJ Wiwa, is she still around? I guess she takes the cake as well. Thank you. And Legit, the dancer in Crocs. A wonderful vibe. Thank you so much. Our sign interpreter for yesterday, we appreciate you. The production team, Flavian, thank you so much. The team from KBC, thank you, we recognize you. And our chef and catering team, I think they did a good job at the lunch. Thank you, Chef Omar. And the team on the ground, all my thanks to you. The team from Promised Land, you've done an amazing job. The setup, the cleanup, the assistants, we appreciate you. The exhibitors, Makbal, thank you so much. Rebecca, online, Adon, please pass by there as well. And yeah, buy from them, they've been amazing. And Sheloi Sako, who have left. I think we heard about their amazing products and services. Be sure to reach out to them as well, and as well as Equity, who are part of the exhibitors as well. And now a special thank you to 2 sets of people, the people who behind the scenes have actually made this happen. The team is big. Honestly, we've been working hard behind the scenes, but I'll start with Carol Msuya. Just wave where you she did. There's the Afrinex team. I know you've been very quiet. Pauline, Susan, Imali, just wave. We really, really appreciate all. We really, really appreciate you, and you're honored that you attended. So just a clap for yourself. More around it, and we'll let you know. And it's for you to step up, come join us. We'd love that. Thank you so much.
for everybody on stage, please. We have to acknowledge this happened, right? So the Promised Land, San, Peter, please come on stage for a photo. Susan, everyone, please, Afri-Next. CCA, anyone out there, a photo, please. And then after we're done with this, all the creatives and everyone to come. So guys, you've done the work. Chef Omar also cooks for Promised Land. So when you want to do an event hapa, you have a chef. By the way, he's a chef for these premises. Yeah. Oh, we do it down here. So everybody, Jeremy, Robert, if you can hear me, Chef Omar, please. Jeremy, hii photo is songi. Those young men, they've been running around. We have to recognize Chef Jeremy penye uko, all your team, Robert tafadhalini, Son of Nations, you don't want us to scream.